Hey everybody!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome to day 4 of King of the Sea here on North America. My name is Sea Raptor, joined as I always am for these events by my good buddy Lord Zath. How you doing, Zath?
Fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing good. Through the miracle of the internet, we're able to do this despite being several hundred miles apart today, so I'm pretty excited that we're able to pull this off.
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun, and I'm so excited to be here in the finals with you again.
Absolutely. This is now our 6th King of the Sea working together. Our 3rd finals to get, well, our multiple finals, but like our 3rd time doing it here on the Wargaming gig. So this is going to be good. Guys that are tuning in, just having wrapped up the EU finals, thanks for showing up. Good to see all of you. Thanks for sticking with us here. We're going to get started here on NA very, very shortly. It has been it's been a trying afternoon from a variety of reasons from an organizational standpoint, but we're going to get there. So anyways, Zath, we got to watch a little of the EU finals today, kind of the semifinals, the finals. What did you think?
A lot of close calls. I was completely shocked with how a few of the games ended up, and some of them definitely didn't turn out the way I wanted.
Yeah, fair enough. I gotta say, I really enjoyed the semifinal match with TWA and GKD, and then the finals match was very back and forth. The finals match was fabulous.
Yeah,
that was a really good match.
Yeah, and personally, I'm excited because I saw Z52 in there quite a bit, and
Not only Z52, Zath, Yu Yang. Did you see the Yu Yangs?
Yes, I did.
That was hilarious. Chris Santos had a brilliant joke about the Yu Yang there, where he was calling the Ministry of Balance. I thought that was brilliant. I can't wait. I clipped that. It was really, really well done. Awesome. Well, guys, welcome to the NA Cast. We are your hosts for the afternoon. We're going to be bringing you the match here in a moment between PWP and FIM. Let me get this brought up here. There we go. Guys, there's our map rotation, starting on Sea of Fortune, moving to Tears of the Desert and Sleeping Giant. And if we need Game 4 on Northern Waters and a potential Game 5 on North. If you're looking for the other semifinals match, that's 07 and Cuter. That's being carried by fellow North American community contributors SonMG and Virtual Senpai. Look around Twitch. I'm sure you can find them. That's the other semifinals match. They're going to be carrying that one while we carry this match here. And then once that's all done, we'll be moving on to the finals. Of course, we don't know who that's going to be just yet. And then Sony and Senpai will be carrying the 3rd place game. Those teams, two teams, the two losers of this, the loser of this match, the loser of their match, fighting for the right to that 3rd place slot that will allow them to play in the international event next weekend.
That was a mouthful there.
it was a mouthful. So Zath, here's
So
our map
Raptor.
rotation. Here's our map rotation. Right, we were talking about this earlier, looking at the teams, what they had, how well they had performed on these maps. One of the things, something stuck out to us. Do you remember talking about PWP's record on Tears of the Desert?
Yes, I do actually. So we were mentioning that prior to the game, Raptor and I have been sitting there, and a big shout out to Congo Pride for taking the time to put a whole bunch of data right before us that we can use to talk about the two different teams and also the other two teams that are going on. It's been extremely helpful. One of the things that we noticed is that there are some maps that no teams like. Sadly, one of them is the one I voiced over, but there's also maps that seem to be kind of like the home map for a team. And Tears of the Desert seems to be PWP's favorite map.
Very much so. PWP, the map bans for this match were the same that these teams have banned for everything else, right? Well, that was Crash Zone Alpha for PWP. And what was it? FIM banned. They banned Land of Fire, so we won't see those this match, of course. But then the rest of this is kind of shaping up as we'd expect. PWP, every match that they had the ability to pick a map, their first map pick was always Tears of the Desert, and they are 4-0 on that map. So they clearly have something working for them when we get there. But we're starting on Sea of Fortune. These guys look like they're ready. Zath, should we go ahead and just charge on into this game?
I'm ready if you are. Absolutely, you're welcome to mention that to them. Sure.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let them know.
Meanwhile, while you're doing that, guys, so PWP banning Kleber and Harugumo, and then FIM banning Stalingrad and Moskva. So we don't have 12-kilometer radar in this game. We also don't have spammy destroyers.
Indeed. All right, Zath, let's go on and get into game 1 here. Guys, we will see you on the Sea of Fortune.
Somewhere between the shores of France and England, this critical battlefield is the stage for a clash of enemy fleets. This idyllic setting will soon be shattered by the thunder of guns and flash of explosions, as only one fleet can be victorious. This is Sea of Fortune. Sea of Fortune is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 3 cap points running a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and C is on the right. The A cap is surrounded by islands, but offers virtually no cover from within the cap itself. Those islands provide plenty of places for radar cruisers to conceal themselves, making aggressive destroyer plays for the cap early in a game frequently suicidal. A narrow passage links Cap A and Cap B in the center. There are only 4 ways in and out of the B cap, 1 in each cardinal direction, and no cover inside. Cap C is possibly the easiest cap for destroyers to contest, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. Wide open to the north and south with a connecting passage to the B cap in the west, ships caught in C by enemy radar have nowhere to hide. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Sea of Fortune.
All right, welcome to Sea of Fortune here as we start the North American semifinals match between PWP and FIM. PWP going double Ohio, double Des Moines, Minnow, double Smolensk, Daring, and Shimakaze.
And then over on the FIM side of things, we've got Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, double Worcester, double Smolensk. So they basically are saying you don't want us to spam destroyers. We'll spamming cruisers instead.
Right, look at that HE spam.
That's
Woo!
right. And then Summers and Daring to round it out.
Now, we saw a little bit of that out of some of the EU teams, and I forget which one it was, but somebody in Northern Waters in the finals was doing a Worcester-Smolensk kind of pair-up, right? And we saw some of that working. So it wouldn't shock me to see some of that again, really.
I agree.
Both teams kind of opting for an AC split here. Both Darings headed to A. Got the Summers, who is that? That's Kelsier's Summers headed to C, kind of mirrored by Puerto Rico's Shimakaze. Boy, that's going to mess me up as we go on. That's going to mess me up. Although I tell you, is that we see a familiar face here on the FIM team, Zombri in a Worcester.
Yes.
Zombri, go ahead.
I was going to say, so FIM is, interestingly enough, looking to play kind of a balanced deployment across all parts of the map here. What were you going to say about Zombri, sir?
Well, I was going to say Zombri has some of the most memorable light cruiser play I can ever remember seeing in King of the Sea when he used to play with Absolute Territory with ZR here on NA, right? We saw him do crazy things with Minotaur and just get away with silly stuff.
Yes.
So he's in a different ship here, of course, but Worcester, I'm curious to see how that Worcester performs. Now, you and I have not had the privilege of casting this team up to this point.
Correct. This is our first look at FIM, and it's only our second look at PWP.
Correct. We were fortunate enough to grab one of PWP's, I think, what were they? One of the elimination games that they played in against TNG2.
Correct.
Yeah. So we've seen a little bit of PWP, but we haven't seen FIM at all. Now, if you play on NA and you're wondering who FIM got, FIM is kind of a mixed team that's been put together largely by a clan that if you play in clan battles, you play the high end of clan battles you're familiar with, and that is well, they're called Brony right now, but it's the team Gaishu's team, right? That everybody talks about. We just almost always refer to them as Gaishu's team because they change their clan name about twice a month.
Yep.
But that's what you're looking at.
Kazakh Import is getting himself rained on by the Minotaur Newbie Dash over there, also on fire, allowing it to burn out.
He is the only ship that PWP can see right now as they swing Captain Pikachu's Daring into the A cap for an early lead here. They're about to reverse Captain Caesar's Des Moines into the top end of the B cap. So FIM can see that cap is happening, but they have no vision on who it is or why. They only have eyes on, right now, Sky's Ohio is the only ship they can see.
Beautiful little death snail going on here by FIM south of C-Cap.
With the Worcester and the Smolensk, yes.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like they're going to use this Worcester Smolensk kind of pairing to to push off push PWP's battleships off the caps.
Not only the battleships, but also it's going to keep the destroyers from pushing into C cap.
Yeah, very much so. PWP now picking up B as well. Captain Caesar getting B essentially for free. No one ever really spotted him that I even know of. Yeah.
Nope.
Let's see. Let's look around. Yep. No. Right now, FIM doesn't have vision on. Currently has vision on no enemy ships. Now, one of the interesting things, they're running the other Worcester Smolensk pair charging kind of very aggressively up the one line. They're all the way around the A cap now. They're starting to get eyes on this. Dolphin Princess Des Moines kind of camped out behind the A cap as Umatsukaze's daring gets into the bottom end of A.
Yep, and it's interesting to see Gaishu now opening up and snoozing Mako backing him up, of course, too. Dolphin Prince, these are cruiser players, and so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Oh, Gaishu a little bit too far outside of the smoke is going to be forced to turn. Show a little bit of broadside to get into that safe smoke there.
Does manage it. PWP losing sight on him now.
Yeah, but that cost him at least one Citadel.
It did cost him some HP. Those Des Moines AP shells doing good work as Umatsukaze is going to get into a bit of a daring gunfight here across the A cap and get driven back.
It also meant that Mako had to turn in a little bit to try to keep him covered. So a little bit of a misplay with the execution of that particular Death Snail, but perhaps it'll still work out for him in the end.
Mako now in smoke, Gaishu out of smoke, spotting for his teammate here. 6 minutes gone, PWP out to about 150-point lead as it looks as if Kelsier's Summers on the far side of the map here on the bottom end of C is going to start making a play of his own.
They got to do something. They're not picking up any points right now.
It's true. They got to do something to kind of stem the bleeding here. You never like seeing your team give up too much board control too quickly. We've seen teams get into tremendous amounts of trouble by getting upside down on points too fast because they've allowed the board to get away from them.
Look at PWP going down here in the Smolensk.
Just got hammered. I think that was actually it wasn't Kazakhs. That wasn't Kazakhs Kremlin. Who was that? Was that Gaishu with the AP?
I think it's Turkish with the Des Moines AP actually.
Oh yeah, they brought Turkish up as well. Look at that. Well done. PWP bagging kill number 1 way over here on the 1 line is Gaishu now trying to kind of go dark and protect what remaining health he has.
Yeah, they can't afford to really trade at this point.
They're doing a really good job of kind of pushing up, either hooking their cruisers up the 1-2 line. Amatsukaze, fighting over the A cap here as Kazakh Imports Kremlin is also getting in on the action, coming in to contest.
Now, while we have a... So go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, while we have a lull in the chat here, keep in mind, we have the ability to see both teams, but obviously they can't.
Now let's have a look at PWP here. Like, I haven't looked over their shoulder in a bit. I think at this point, Captain Pikachu kind of working the inside track to B is... could he get out of there?
Oh, Gaishu goes down.
They bag Gaishu way over on the 1 line. Lots of action on the 1 line on this map. Usually that little corridor on the long side of A on the 2 line you see, but not necessarily that far over. Now Captain Pikachu coming around the corner here, opting for a bit of a torpedo YOLO charge on Kazakh's Kremlin. He gets the torpedoes into the water. I think this might be a bit of a mistake.
Oh, wow. Snoozing Mako
goodness.
goes down. I was following that salvo from the Ohio. That thing was just glorious.
A bloodbath at A. FIM down 3 ships. Their push here just seems to evaporate. They're left with the Des Moines and the Daring. Now, where did the Daring from here go? Okay, that's right. We just watched him die. All right. Blanked out for a minute. Oh, man, it's been a long... Guys, you have to bear with us. It's been a long day trying to get the stream off the ground. I apologize.
Hey, man, it's all good.
Well,
it's tough to keep track of everything that's going on, too, because both teams are going super wide.
Sometimes it is. Now, to me, Zath, if FIM is going to get back into this, their play is going to have to come at C, right? They've been kind of hemming and hawing around this C cap, but PWP's been doing a really good job of keeping them pushed off the cap. Kelsier's now trying to kind of touch back in here because eventually this flank at A is basically going to be over, right? Like Turkish can't hold out against an Ohio and a Des Moines forever. That's not going to happen. He might take Dolphin Prince's Des Moines with him. So to me, if they're going to make plays, they're going to have to come on the other side of the map. Yep.
There goes Yamamoto.
Oh my goodness.
The other Ohio.
PWP's battleships just assassinating these FIM cruisers here on Sea of Fortune.
Turkish is doing a really nice job, though. He's keeping that island between him and Fever Nova and the Ohio. So he's mitigating damage, at least from the Ohio. It's allowing him to focus 1v1 then on Dolphin Prince.
And he's getting a little bit of help from the Daring. Like the Daring is pitching in where he can, right? But it's only a matter of time, I think, before the Ohio gets the flank there.
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, getting Dolphin Prince down is going to be crucial because that gives Turkish the room to maneuver and keep that island between him and Fever.
Indeed. Indeed it does. Sombre's Worcester popping a radar. Not sure I guess he wanted to see the Minotaur. The Minotaur must have had, the Minotaur had cover on him, so he couldn't spot him, but he can now. That allows the Ohio to get some shells in, but he doesn't get anything out of them. Oh, there's 2 Kelsiers. That's going to mess me up.
Oh my God.
I just realized that.
They like to troll casters sometimes, guys.
They do. I'm okay with it. Not the first time.
Turkish gets the kill on Dolphin Prince and
Turkish,
Fever. This is interesting.
Go
Fever's taking up about the same exact position.
He has indeed. He's allowing this rock to continue to block his LOS on Turkish. Turkish radars to keep eyes on him. FIM does bag the C cap. That stems the bleeding a bit. They start closing the gap. 9 minutes to play here on Sea of Fortune, and they're a little less now than 300 points down.
Now, if I'm Turkish and I've got a legendary Des Moines, I'm literally just baiting this guy to come past this island, go into the channel, and then I'm just going to charge him.
But I think, but that's the question, right? Like, where is he can use this rock to his advantage, Zath.
Oh yeah.
Right? Fever Nova is now committed to kind of the outside track, and so this is just a Mexican standoff. Turkish can just use this rock as long as he can keep eyes on Fever Nova and prevent a shot.
Right.
And if Fever pushes around, Turkish can just accelerate out of the way and keep that rock in the way.
Right. But he could also, like, now, you're absolutely right. They're just going to do a circle jerk around the island here.
Yep.
The nice thing is that keeps Fever Nova out of the game.
It does.
So that is
just locks him in place.
Exactly. As Newbie Dash is going to go down over there on the other end in the Minotaur.
It's a big kill for FIM. They needed those points badly.
Absolutely,
taking up 2 caps. Now they tried some single. Amatsukaze tried some single torps to push Apex back off the B cap, but it didn't happen. Apex is still stubbornly sticking it out over there. This standoff at B, if nothing else, it keeps PWP off the A cap, right?
That's right.
Turkish defending the A cap just by simply existing.
That's right, and you can already see Amatsukaze has rotated back to the other side of the fight, and that allows them to completely reinforce that flank.
Absolutely.
Fever Nova deciding he wants no more part of this, and he's like, screw this, I'm out of here.
Looks like he's trying to back off there, and I'm wondering, at some point, Turkish is going to lose sight of him, and that's when things are going to start to be more tricky. But at the moment, they've got clear vision on him. PWP is so they are rotating the Shimakaze. It's Puerto Rico's Shimakaze coming across the top of the B cap, headed to A. So they're at least going to make a play for the A cap with the Shima, but with Turkish there, can they cap? Let me look at this for a minute. Are they going to be able to cap it from a position? Yeah, they can cap it from where Turkish won't have shots. Nope, he turned around. Puerto Rico decided that was not the play he wanted to make. Okay, that's interesting.
There's probably some confusion going on in the calls right now, as if you look at it, they're tied up 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, everybody's tied on kills, and the gap is closing now under 100 points. FIM, which was once significantly down in this match, really making brilliant plays to kind of work their way back in here. They've now pushed PWP off the C cap, and they're holding them out of A with this weird Mexican standoff between Des Moines and Ohio over here on the 3 line. PWP right now, Zaf, it looks like they're a little lost. Like they don't really seem to have a good plan or a good understanding of what they need to be doing to try and get back into this.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, as soon as Fever Nova goes around this island, it completely frees Turkish up to reposition as well.
Well, and it looks like that's the plan. It looks as if PWP is going to bring Fever Nova into the A cap. The Shimakaze has started to head back that way, but FIM has also rotated Amatsukaze's daring back to the bottom end of the cap.
That's right. Now, keep a look on points here. The reason why they're doing this is because FIM will win in about 3 minutes and 45 seconds if nothing else changes.
Yep. We're coming up on a lead change here as Amatsukaze announces his presence by opening up on Fever Nova's Ohio.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the thinking is there. They're not going to deter him from coming into the cap, I don't think, are they? He is turning. He is turning a bit. It doesn't look like it's going to keep him out completely. They're going to realize soon that somebody else is there. The Shimakaze is going to be on the cap momentarily. They don't know where he is. They haven't seen him. And Turkish can radar him from that position, but will not have shots from behind this island.
Mm-hmm.
The enemy is about to win.
20 points from a lead change as PWP does step onto the A cap. So FIM now knows what's going on here with them having a 20-point lead.
Captain Caesar now opening up with some radar, catching Kelsier 3 out in the open for a minute.
Indeed, and I'm waiting for the radar on Puerto Rico at A, but I haven't seen it yet. Turkish trying to reverse, it looks like, and get his guns around, get his radar into this fight at A. Okay, there's the radar. Turkish's radar going up, daring shots going in. They've got to bag this reset. They can't let them have this cap. Too late. They missed the shots. They missed the shots. They needed that radar a little sooner.
They wanted to go for the kill.
Yeah, well, they might bag Puerto Rico. They're able to kind of triple team him a little bit. There it goes. That does flip the lead. 3.5 minutes to play here on Sea of Fortune. Now, I don't think they're going to be able to kill this Ohio in 3.5 minutes. That just seems really unlikely. But it does mean that they'll be able to get one of the destroyers back into A, and they've already rotated Kelsier 3 Summers on that side of the map to pull it off. I feel like FIM's got the upper hand here, Zach. They have a lead. They have destroyer position to secure the cap control they need.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think PWP kind of the last play they can make would be to shove Sky's Ohio into C.
I mean, there's nothing really to stop him.
There's really not. Kelsier one's Ohio's on the other side of the island won't have shots. That's exactly what PWP is going to do. And
Sounds like they heard us.
Yep, Zombrie's Wooster is the only thing over there, right?
Zombrie just radared.
Sky just took a cross map shot at Turkish's Des Moines, but it doesn't look like that's going to go anywhere.
Island
There's
armor.
Kelsier getting onto the bottom end of A. They have no spotting left over there. Looks like they're trying to pull Captain Caesar's Des Moines out of his position at B to maybe go to bring the radar over to A.
You know, it's interesting. PWP banning the spamming destroyers, basically saying we don't want to play this game, but they're being forced to play this game right now. Fever Nova is being spammed by Amatsukaze and Summers' torpedoes.
FIM is such a talented team. All you're doing is taking tools out of their toolbox and forcing them to make different decisions, right? These guys have such a deep lineup and so much talent on their roster. It's not a catastrophe for you to do that, right? They'll just they'll adopt their tactics. All right, there we see now PWP getting onto both caps. That stops all FIM points gains. With 90 seconds to play, PWP will flip. Well, let's see. Fever Nova's Ohio is looking pretty rocky over here, Zath.
Absolutely, but interesting. Turkish is being forced back now. Turkish was going to try to come around and seal the deal on Fever Nova, but
Yeah,
there goes.
There he
Kelsier
goes. I feel like that's going to lock this up for FIM, Zach. They're going to retain control of A, and even if they give up control of C without barring a last-second kill, I don't think PWP can steal the lead back in 60 seconds.
Yeah, this is turning out to be quite the brawl here.
Well, a game that could have just gone disastrously for FIM is this cruiser push on the one line just kind of fell apart. They've managed to just really work their way back into this game, and honestly, I think they're going to win this one, Zach. I just don't see a way back for PWP.
No, I mean, there's no way to just get
not
one
in the time
quick
they
kill.
have left. I just don't see it.
Maybe if they had a destroyer still up with torpedoes in the water. That's all I could think of. 20 seconds to go.
Maybe, but I'm not seeing it. Time ticking away. 15 seconds for PWP to make a play. They're not going to. They got to get onto the.
Yeah.
The only thing they could do would be to kill Turkish's Des Moines, and that just lengthens the inevitable. Game 1 going to FIM here on Sea of Fortune. It's definitely an interesting first look at those guys, Zath. I gotta say.
Absolutely. Very interesting first look.
Well, game 1 in the books, and game 2 will be moving on to Tears of the Desert, and that's you know, if you're PWP and your kind of backs against the wall a little bit, you got to be excited for that, because that is like, based on their results in this tournament, that is like home field advantage for these guys.
That's right, it is.
Deep breath, deep breath. Whew. Game 1. All right. You have to bear with us a little bit, guys. It's been a crazy day trying to coordinate the handoff and everything else. We started well over an hour late, for a variety of different reasons that I think nobody really anticipated. So our apologies for getting the late start, but we're here now, and we're glad to be bringing you these matches.
Oh, absolutely, yes. And remember, guys, this is a best of 5. We're going to watch PWP versus FIM, and then we're going to see who moves on to the finals, and we'll be casting the final game in just a little bit.
Indeed, we will. We bring you the finals just as soon as we can. Now, again, keep in mind, guys, there's one other semifinal match running concurrently. That's 07 and Cuter are playing over on the other channel. That is Sona MG and Virtual Senpai carrying that match, I should say, running live. Now, one of the other things that's a little different here from, first of all, what EU had been doing, okay? One of the things we're doing here on NA this time is we're experimenting with ship bans, right? Each team, up to this point of the tournament, was allowed to pick 2 ships, and they banned those ships for the entire match. However, starting here in the semifinals, things are changing, right? For example, these were the bans for game 1. But now in the semifinals and the finals, ship bans are going to be done by game. Every time we come back to the training room in between games, teams will redo their ship bans for the map they're about to zone into. So that gives them a really interesting amount of tactical control over certain ships they might not want to see on certain maps.
That's right. And it gives them the ability to adapt to something that worked previously for the previous game. Say, hey, you know, they use this ship really well. Let's take them out of it. Absolutely.
So this ban list you're looking at right now is a change, and I'm waiting. We're kind of waiting for the teams to pick this up. So in the meantime, they're working through that process. We'll get those to you guys in a little bit. Okay. Now, based on what we just saw, Zath, and your knowledge of Tears of the Desert, what ships? Let's put you in the team captain driver's seat for one of these teams. What ships do you want to ban on Tears of the Desert? What ships do you not want to see?
On Tears of the Desert, I don't want to see ships that can sit behind islands and spam over them. So that means I don't want to see Worcester. I don't want to see Hargumo. I don't want to see Smolensk. And I think this would be a very interesting map if somebody brought a Colbert, quite frankly.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Colbert is allowed this time around. So, yeah.
My chat is declaring Turkish the MVP from that game, by the way. Turkish
is absolutely the MVP of that game, without question. I was going to say something and then got distracted by looking ahead to the next game. But your chat is absolutely correct. Turkish is just, what else do you call it? Like a Mexican standoff with an Ohio? Just unbelievable. And it worked out so well.
Yeah, and it like we said, it took that other battleship off the map for the game for a decent amount of time at least, and so now all of a sudden there's only one Ohio to worry about. You don't have to worry about cross mapping as much, and we saw what happened as a result. Brilliant flexibility move by FIM.
Yes, they played that masterfully, and Turkish is absolutely the MVP of that game. All right. So we're still waiting on ship bans to get going, and then we'll get the teams. The teams will be able to set their lineups up for the next game. I think we're having a bit of miscommunication, but they're going to get that worked out here. Tiers, as we noted earlier, Tiers has been kind of PWP's strongest map. And actually, now that I think about it, I need to look in. I'm going to look over there. Have they? Let's see. South spawn. I'm curious to see, because they are the Bravo spawn on this map, so they will be spawning south. The two maps that I have data for, they did win. They won twice on South Spawn for sure. Let me look at the lineups. Okay. And then I'm sorry, I'm just looking over the lineups they ran. So historically, PWP comes into a Tears of the Desert game with triple Des Moines, Minotaur, and it looks like double Summers. Although they have run Summers and Daring. But triple Des Moines Minotaur seems to be their kind of traditional cruiser comp. Do you think they use that Minotaur? We haven't seen them play this map that I remember. I don't believe. We saw them play Sleeping Giant. So, do you think they run the Minotaur into the B cap? Like we've seen teams do that, Zath. What do you think?
I mean, it's definitely a strategy. The only problem when you do that is you tie up that Minotaur for possibly the whole game if there's a cruiser on the other side. So it's kind of one of those you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't moments. We often refer to that as game theory and prisoner's dilemma. I think what's going to happen in this case is both teams are going to be forced to deploy at least one of their resources into BCAP in order to stop the other team from getting it. Because if one team goes and the other team doesn't, then that's free points for them. So whether that's a Minotaur or something else, I don't know. But, you know,
I don't know either. It is going to be interesting to see. All right, so they went back to Discord to do ship bans, and that's done, and they are the same. Both teams have stuck with this ban list going into this game. So I'm actually a little curious. I mean, you look back through PWP's history on this map. That triple Des Moines, it might have been an interesting move for FIM to say, you know what, let's ban Des Moines and see what else you do on this map. But they didn't. So I suspect we'll see the same kind of team lineup and strategy from PWP as they've obviously had success with on this map going into the game.
Now, while you're talking about success, FIM played Tears of the Desert as well on the North spawn and won. And they had an Ohio, a Kremlin, double Henri, a Smolensk, double Khabarovsk, Grozovoy, and Summers. Notably, none of those ships are banned.
Correct. And I think of all the maps you could run an Henri on right now, this might not be one of the worst ones, right? Like I could see it.
Large open space, stretch your legs, love it.
Very, very much so. Henri likes the open spaces. Now this overlay has been making me angry, Zath. I set this thing up. I set the next map, and then the little overlay video just keeps messing up. It keeps telling me, "Oh no, that's not it." So I'm gonna see if it works. Give me a minute.
Hey, Tedster's in here now.
Hey, there it works. Okay. Goodness gracious. All right, I think we're gonna be dropping soon, Zath. Let's go ahead and launch this game, and guys, we will see you on Tears of the Desert.
Off the North African coast, an arid expanse of the Mediterranean Sea plays host to opposing forces as they battle it out for control of the seas. Amongst these sun-blasted islands, where enemy fire isn't the only bad way to die, only one team will triumph. This is Tears of the Desert. Tears of the Desert is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination style map with 3 cap points running in a line from northwest to southeast. The A cap is in the top left, B is in the center, and C is in the bottom right. Capture Area A has enough island cover nearby for teams to sneak in a radar cruiser and cover the capture zone, though it's common to see ships attempting to flank the cap by sailing into the northwestern corner of the map. In the center, Cap B has superb island cover near the center that allows destroyers to contest the area from behind shelter. Landing shells on ships in this position is challenging until teams are able to push forces into the corners of the map. Cap C is similar to Cap A. There is cover nearby for cruisers who want to defend, but very little cover within the cap itself. The picket line of islands that separate B and C make pushing in force from one cap to the other very challenging. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Tears of the Desert.
Alright guys, we just ended up with a draw, so we're going to have to go back into port here and get things set up. Somebody must have crashed.
Indeed, we had a bit of a technical issue there. We got into the somebody dropped. We had to do a mulligan here, so not a problem. We'll be right back into that game in just a sec. Just got to wait on the teams to get readied up and everything. Yeah, it looks like okay. FIM had a guy crash out. It happens. Yep. It's unfortunate, but it happens.
This might give us an opportunity just to inform people about tournament rules when it comes to crashes and time in between games. Teams have a maximum of 10 minutes in between games. Unless both teams agree they want to just jump right in, they can. And as far as mulligans are concerned, as long as they call it, in the first 2 minutes, then they go back to port?
Yes, you gotta. If you're gonna have a mulligan, you gotta have it. Usually, we call mulligan rules in the first 2 minutes. That's normal. That's an old rule from way back when we were working with the old modded training room way back in Supremacy League, and it used to be very common for, I don't say common, but let's say not uncommon for players to get disconnected or have drop issues when that came up. So yeah, it happens sometimes. It still sticks around even though the training room is part of the base client, but it's not that normal. I feel like you and I didn't we go the entirety of last King of the Sea without a mulligan? I think we did.
I think you might be right on that, yeah.
I think we did.
No, wait. I think we might have had it once because
Maybe.
Were we talking about like how do we know if they mulligan because they all just stopped and we're just like sitting there like guys,
right.
I think they mulligan.
Right. Because when you're in spectator mode, you no longer can see the in-game chat, so you no longer have any visibility on like the teams talking to each other, so you can't see the communication to know when they call for a mulligan. Although we did see some teams this King of the Sea start team killing, right? When there was a mulligan call, they'd start shooting their own teammates, and that was a clear sign to the casting team. Oh, by the way, we're all going back to port.
Yes, and I think that's a great idea. And oh, by the way,
I agree.
We have dropped.
That's right. We're going right back into this game. All right, Zath, talk to me about FIM's lineup.
So FIM is choosing a little bit more of a destroyer-centric comp, I guess, in a sense. They've got Ohio Kremlin, double Worcester, double Smolensk, double Summers, and single Shimakaze.
That's a lot of torpedoes, Zath.
Mm-hmm. And spam.
On the flip side, PWP coming to the dance just like we expected with the same lineup they've been running on this map. Ohio Kremlin, triple Des Moines Minotaur, a single Smolensk, and they've opted for double Summers in this particular game. Now, we haven't seen that out of them. Didn't we have... Oh, no, they did. Yeah, they switched to this. They ran the same lineup they ran against KSC in the quarterfinals. Now, I'm really curious to see what they do with Newbie Dash's Minotaur, right? That's the ship that I was curious about because I kind of expected them. You know, we saw some teams shoving one of those directly into the B cap, but it looks like instead that honor has been granted to Dolphin Princess Des Moines. He is making full speed revolutions for that island in the B cap.
And that kind of makes sense because Des Moines might do a better job of kind of angling bow stern onto something. Interesting that FIM is choosing not to send anybody into B and instead looking to go more for flanks.
They are indeed. They're completely leaving the B cap alone. It looks as if Dolphin Prince is going to get that free, essentially. But I'm sure that FIM has to know what they're up against here in terms of how PWP plays this map and the adjustments they're going to have to make, expecting them to take the B cap quickly.
Well, and we did kind of see this almost last match too, right? Like PWP kind of announcing their strat a little bit on the early side with, "Hey, this is what we're taking. Come and get it." And FIM saying, "Okay, well, we'll look at what you do, and then we'll react."
Now, what's interesting, when you look at PWP's deployment, they're sending Smolensk, Summers, Minotaur, Des Moines, and Kremlin all going to A. And plus the Des Moines in B, that's Dolphin Prince's Des Moines, is going to be looking in that direction.
Yep.
They're going to have a ton of firepower at A. It looks like they've set the C cap up for like a kiting flank, but then FIM looks like they've done kind of the same thing, maybe? It's hard to say.
It absolutely is hard to say. We'll have to see what happens, especially when Amatsukaze realizes that there's a destroyer in C, which now he does, because Pikachu smokes for some odd reason.
Captain Pikachu smoking on the bottom end of C. Amatsukaze's torpedo's already in the water. He's not able to put pressure on that smoke. I think maybe it might be that Pikachu's just screening Captain Caesar for a little bit.
I think that's exactly what happened. What's happening?
He's just trying to let Caesar move into position. Maybe I think what it is that they're trying to get Caesar all the way around to these islands on the extreme corner of the cap.
It's a possibility. Meanwhile, there's a destroyer slap fight going on in A.
Indeed, the rumble at A is beginning now. We see Kelsey or Shimakaze coming under a tremendous amount. We know there's a Minotaur, there's all kinds of radar up here, Zap. Is he in range of any of it? He's in range of the Minnow's radar.
Mm-hmm.
Kelsier 3 just getting hammered here, trying to get his ship out of the cap. He did succeed in capturing A. Both teams ticking up one cap now. 3.5 minutes gone.
Right. The question is at what cost? This might come back to bite them later. We'll see.
It might, but they brought a bunch of destroyers, and there's a lot of torpedoes going downrange at these various PWP ships.
Oh, absolutely. And now Kelsier's adrenaline rush is just activated, that's all.
Yeah. I mean, he's given up half his HP, but he gets his torpedoes to reload just that much faster. Now, they're moving Kazakh Imports Kremlin into the inside track here between B and C. He's pulling up there like he's going to stop. He's looking for firing angles on the Minnow and the Des Moines, but I think right now, he can't see anything. He has no eyes.
Yep.
Captain
Caesar over at C-Cap got into the smoke, radared, pushed Matsukaze out, but then found himself kind of getting stuck outside the smoke, so now he's going to be forced to run a little.
Indeed, he is very stuck outside there. Skies Ohio now opening up, announcing presence to the FIM team that wasn't sure where he was. Shells coming in on Yamamoto now, but it looks like those are all going to fall astern, and they do.
Newbie Dash might be in trouble here.
They have eyes on him. They're spamming him down. Yukino Smolensk also took a pretty good hit from somebody at some point. Newbie on 10,000 HP and falling, as it looks like now they catch a glimpse of Puerto Rico's Summers in the A cap, and now the Smolensk is all over him.
Oh yeah.
I think that's Puerto Rico's he's going out right here. He's got a Worcester, a Smolensk, and a Summers in his face. He's out.
Yep. Little too late on the reaction time there. Lost his engine at a critical moment.
Yep. Just FIM just assassinating one of PWP's destroyers in the A cap here.
And so despite all that firepower heading to A, oof. Zombie just took a big hit.
Yep. Kremlin shots coming in and taking away half of Zombie, but the damage is done. PWP is going to have a very, very difficult time getting back onto the A cap.
Meanwhile, take a look at what's going on at C cap here. So Gaishu is just raining down on Caesar.
Yeah, if Worcester versus Des Moines, this is never a fight you want to be in when you're the Des Moines, because Worcester even out spams even you.
Well, if you can force a bow on encounter, then you'll win in Des Moines, but that's not happening right now. Gaishu is keeping the stern onto him.
He is. The Ohio shells coming in and definitely making their presence felt. Gaishu losing about 10,000 HP there, but over the long haul, They lost vision on him, Zath. They can't see him anymore.
Nice.
Well, oh, they got him now. Okay, for a minute there they couldn't. I'm not sure what changed, but check out B, Kazakh Import going around the corner. Getting into a face fight with Dolphin Princess Des Moines. Prince going for the ram, I think. Is that enough to kill Kazakh? I don't think it is.
Oh,
He
the ram
misses.
denied.
He misses completely. But now he's going to have a beautiful flank on the opposite side. Kazakh's in a bit of a positional pickle here now. He's got a lot of ships able to kind of do bad things to him.
Yep, he's going to have to turn his ship straight.
Prince
because
coming
of
in for the
Weaver.
ram again. He's going to get it this time.
Yep,
And there
it is.
It's a really good trade for PWP, but they are still down a ship. As eventually they're bound to lose Captain Caesar, but Gaishu's on the upside down on this trade now. I think he's just kind of, at this point, resigned himself to just, he's going out. He's doing as much damage to Caesar as he can before he does. Here come the Ohio shells. Gaishu on 51 HP, but that
Traded.
equals the score. They did trade. They do trade and take out Captain Caesar.
Kelsier 3 able to get into B cap now, knowing it's safe.
Indeed, with the Des Moines out of the middle of the map, that frees up B, as Amatsukaze's Summers on the top end of C will pick that cap up very shortly. That destroyer advantage is going to really, really work in FIM's favor now. Ah, that's what it was. The Shimakaze was denying that cap. Amatsukaze steps off as the Shimakaze on the bottom end of the cap smokes up. I'm sorry, that's a Summers. That's Pikachu's Summers.
Yep, he'll dodge those torps just fine.
8.5 minutes gone here on Tears of the Desert, and FIM looking really strong. Out to about a 60-point lead here. One ship up on PWP, but they are, notably, Zath, working on a health disadvantage. The lack of that battleship, losing their battleship in the B cap, they're gonna have to make up a lot of points to account for that loss. Zombrie's Smolensk, snoozing Mako, Zombrie's Worcester and snoozing Mako's Smolensk up here at the A cap. Gonna just start working on Fever Nova's Kremlin. A
Look at these
variety of
torpedoes.
torpedoes. I know, look at these, and they're staggered, Zap. They're gonna, sooner or later, they're gonna stack a flood on this guy. Between the fires, the torpedoes. Oh, he lands all three of those. Brilliant torpedo salvo from Hatsukaze. Fever Nova's like, he came around the corner, and now he's like, nope, 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 nope.
as
We want no more of this.
he just gets spammed by so much up there.
FIM does relinquish control of the A cap. Let's see, who is that? Who is that bagged the cap? Must have been Newbie Dash's Minotaur.
Kelsier
things
1
at
getting
A-
you some shots in now.
Things at A have kind of shifted around a bit, Zaf. Like, despite the loss of their destroyer, PWP still has a lot of firepower up here with the Smolensk, the Minotaur, and the Des Moines.
Oh, absolutely. The key is going to be getting Fever Nova out. Once he's gone,
It's
that opens
looking
up.
really good, Zaf. Like, this spam is just never ending. He's got Ohio shells from the south now starting to fall.
Mm-hmm.
He's healing. He looks like he just repaired his fires. He's not burning anymore. But that health advantage we talked about, gone. Absolutely gone now. PWP shoving the Des Moines and Newbie Dash's Minotaur out around the corner. They're into the A, trading with the Summers, the Worcester, and the Smolensk up here at A.
Yeah, it looks like PWP's PWP is the focus target here.
Indeed, a light cruiser slap fight. Well, I say that, the Des Moines is here, but still.
Well, the light cruisers are the ones doing the slapping.
Well, they are, and I think they're going to get him, Zath. I think there's just
Oh, yeah.
too many shells and too much fire. Eventually, they're going to get this Des Moines. There he goes. Oh, and they bagged the Smolensk at the same moment with a torpedo from the Shimakaze.
Meant for Fever Nova, no doubt.
Well played. FIM now on a 3-ship lead. Each team ticking up a cap. 9 minutes to play on here on Tears of the Desert, but Zath, FIM definitely in the driver's seat now.
Oh, they're looking very strong, absolutely. As Sky is being forced out in Ohio, he's just running for his life.
stellar play here from FIM, just working their composition masterfully, doing really good work against a team that coming into this match, coming into this game's out, is undefeated on this map.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, bit of a destroyer fight at B. Kelsier 3 having to smoke and get away from the Summers that was in there with him. He's got a little bit of help. Amatsukaze's Summers has rotated up from C and will also be onto the cap shortly. Probably looking to court that fight and get Captain Pikachu out of the game. Pikachu running north. About to come out of smoke. No, is he leaving? Yeah, he's leaving the smoke now. He's got a small health disadvantage compared to Amatsukaze. Matsukaze getting shells out, but not getting much out of them. Kelsey, you're setting up just a massive wall of torpedoes to try and get Pikachu as he comes around the corner, but Pika not having any of it, not going around the corner at all. Pulling up short.
Fever Nova's still just sitting there.
Yeah, it's amazing to me that he's still alive, the amount of damage he's absorbed. I'd be horrified to see his potential damage, Zaf.
Right?
FIM working this crew, their Wooster Smolensk pairs just beautifully. Zombie and Snoozing Mako making a really solid team up here at A. Newbie Dash's Minotaur now radaring just in between A and B here as he picks up Hatsu's Summers.
Yeah, but that basically means he summons the spam.
Well, they're able to pick up both destroyers as Pikachu comes around the corner and is trying to get Kelsier off the board as well. But I think it's Newbie Dash that's going out here under the concentrated spam of the ships to his north.
Yeah, he poked the dragon there.
Yeah, too many light cruiser shells for even the Minotaur to handle. He's going out, and there he goes.
That's amazing concentrated fire there.
It is. They do bag Kelsier's Shimakaze, pushing him out of the B cap. So not entirely in vain, Zath, but you can't be trading ships when you're down this far.
No.
PWP's pushing their Kremlin around the corner here. Fever Nova coming out, but he can... there we go. He has no vision. In fact, right now, they have no vision on anything. Captain Pikachu is going to pick up B as FIM is going to pick up A. I don't think PWP has enough pieces left, Zath. There's not enough pieces on the board left for them to contend enough caps to hold this off. As long as these cruisers at A can just sit back here and have someone spot Fever Nova for them, they'll just farm him until he's dead.
Yep, Pikachu runs into Yamamoto here. Probably not a good thing.
He runs into Smolensk and Summers, and he'll be out right there.
40 seconds to win.
Just like that, FIM owns all the caps.
Oh.
Yeah, the Summers' final breath was not in vain. He does take the Smolensk with him, but again, you're down to just the battleships. PWP owns only just the two battleships are all they have left. They have no cap control. It's over. It's over.
Would you have predicted this going into this game?
You know what, Zath? I've learned at this stage of the things to simply not make predictions. But at the same time, I wouldn't have predicted it just because PWP has such a solid track record on this map.
Guess what, Raptor? Guess what?
PWP.
Guess what?
They're not undefeated here now. What's up?
I got a death pick.
Oh, did you now?
Yes.
All right. Well, there we go. FIM claiming game 2 here, looking very solid to get to their very first finals in King of the Sea. They've never made it this far, Zach.
No, I'm sure they're incredibly excited about this.
Well, I mean, it's certainly not due to there's no lack of skill on that team, right? It's just that generally these guys destroy clan battles, and that have never really invested a ton of time into King of the Sea. They've never really played the format. Back when we had carriers, I think they played in King of the Sea 8. That sounds right. They played in King of the Sea 8. And I think they got knocked out they got knocked out last time in the quarterfinal round by 07, I feel like. That sounds correct. So yeah, I guess they have been there. I guess they have played several now. But they've certainly not made it to this part. They haven't made it this high up in the event before. And again, it's some of that. I know last time there was a lot of talk during the tournament, and certainly right afterwards, about the fact that these guys had run into 07 in the quarterfinals rather than like the semis here or even the finals. And it was kind of like, well, guys, sometimes that bracket play works out that way sometimes. You just roll with it.
Absolutely. Now, just a quick update on the other match that's going on. 07 is up 2-0 over Cuter. The first game,
Okay.
I heard was a bit of a interesting battle, but then game 2, unfortunately, sounds like Cuter got zeroed out, and that was the end. So that must have been a pretty quick game. Apparently, they have just started doing game 3 now.
Okay, we're back to doing ship bans. It's looking like so far the first 3 bans you're seeing on the screen right now are the same. We're waiting on PWP's final ban to see if they stick with Harugumo or pick something else. Now, the 07 Cuter match is really interesting, Zaf, because that's a rematch of the last King of the Sea finals. That's the King of the Sea 9 finals that you and I did in Austin last fall. You remember?
Oh, I do remember. That was a good time.
That was an epic series. Cuter went up 2 games, and 07 came back with the reverse sweep to win out and pick up their 3rd King of the Sea championship here on North America. But they're still in the hunt for we've never had, on NA, Zath, we've never had back-to-back champions. Ever.
That's true, we haven't.
That's right. We had, back in King of the Sea 5, you had, I think it was 5. Yeah, it was 5. You had 07, then you had ZR, then you had 07 again, then you had PWP, now you have 07, one King of the Sea 9 again, and so now we're waiting for King of the Sea 10. Okay, PWP sticking with Harugumo, so the ban list has not changed, guys. So these are still the ships that are banned for this game as we head to Sleeping Giant for Game 3. Thank you for the update, by the way. I hadn't thought I'd been so involved in keeping up with this one. I haven't been thinking about the other match yet.
I'm trying to ask them what's going on over there. They said Stalingrad was banned, so I'm asking if they did some sort of a wall of Stalin play, but I can't confirm that right now, unfortunately.
It's interesting because, like, we saw the first team that we saw do this, Saf, way back in, I think, group play, was Buenas Noches. Buenas Noches banned both 12-kilometer radar ships. They banned Stalingrad and they banned Moscow. And then they started bringing, like, Summers and Shimakaze. And we're seeing FIM execute a very similar strategy here to go with the light cruisers. And that's really working out. Like, they obviously have a good plan and know what they're doing.
I would agree with that. Now, interestingly enough, I'm looking at the chat in the training room, and Gaishu said he needs to go spec a ship, be right back, which is odd because earlier he had commented how he spent hours last night making sure every ship was properly spec'd for everyone's account, which I can completely understand. We've had cases when we've done competitive ourselves where, crap, I forgot to, put a certain flag on or whatever. But to hear him say I have to go back and spec a ship, that makes me wonder, are they going to try something different that they hadn't planned for? If so, that's going to be very interesting.
I don't know, but it's interesting as I look back over some of these lineups here. PWP's obviously studied these guys, right? They picked their ship bans very deliberately. FIM has brought Harugumo, like several different players on their roster lineup they've brought Harugumo several times along the way. So it's not shocking to see them banning Harugumo. It might be, the reason I bring this up is because I went back through to see, FIM has played this map before. They've won twice on Sleeping Giant. They beat SCL here in groups, and they beat Peds here in the top 16. And Gaishu was playing Harugumo the last time they played Sleeping Giant. And so maybe, Zath, maybe they've decided, okay, well, this would have been our lineup. These guys banned Harugumo. Now let me spend a little time and go through and make a change. It is interesting to see him going back to port. You mentioned, he talked about last night, he had everything ready to go. Maybe they're making an adaptation that even they weren't anticipating. I don't know.
Right.
To see how this lines up.
Now I'm trying to look at previous games that are recorded. Again, big thank you to Congo Pride for putting this together for us.
Yes, huge shout out to Congo.
Sleeping Giant, they played against Peds, won. FIM brought Ohio, Kremlin, Henri, Double Booster, Harugumo, Kaba, Daring, and Summers. Now, obviously, Haru is banned. We haven't seen the Henri come out yet, which I thought for sure we would have seen last game. So that's a little bit of a difference,
right? It's also worth noting, and this is something that Congo kind of pointed out in doing some of the research, this background research for us. FIM has a very typical lineup, excuse me, that they tend to stick with. Whereas PWP, they've got a lot of they apparently have gone through a lot of different players on their roster, a lot of mixing and matching. Sometimes that's good because it keeps your opponents guessing. By this point of the tournament, all of these opponents have had the opportunity to sit down and watch videos or earlier play from their opponents this particular event, and certainly these guys have run into each other in clan battles, before.
Oh yeah.
But it does mean that maybe you're a little harder to predict. Now, obviously, it's not hurting FIM here. They're up 2 games, but it is interesting that some of these teams do really well, kind of just mixing and matching their ships. I mean, we saw who was it we saw running the Habarovsk? It was TNG2, right?
Yes.
TNG2 ran a Habarovsk on this map against PWP. It's the only Habarovsk we've seen in the tournament, and yet we know FIM ran Habarovsk several times along the way when they were playing when Kleber was banned. So maybe we might see that here. I don't know. Sleeping Giant is generally not, you look at this map, this is not a map where you feel like torpedoes are going to make a lot of impact. There's a lot of island cover, not many really good torpedo lanes,
No, you're right. Now, and interesting you mentioned about FIM being a little bit more kind of locked up with a lot of their picks, because the previous I was looking at again Congo's sheet here. Nope, never mind. I'm looking at a different map. the way it rotates here it's kind of a little bit of a challenge, but you're absolutely right. I think we're going to start seeing, especially FIM, we're going to see a lot of cruiser spamming with high arcing shells again to shoot over these little islands that they can kind of park behind and spam over. A is probably going to be the key. Whoever wins A is going to be able to spam all the way into B and C. So it's going to be, we're going to have to see what they do. Looks like they're asking if we are ready.
Well, in that case, I would say give us about a 20-second count, and let's do this. All right, guys, we will see you on Sleeping Giant for Game 3.
A colossal battle between opposing fleets will soon unfold here amongst the waters of the East China Sea. The residents of these islands will shortly bear witness to the thunder and flash of combat, and only one team will sail away victorious. This is Sleeping Giant. Sleeping Giant is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and C is on the right. Cap A on the left, or the Thunderdome, is fraught with danger. With only 2 ways in and hard cover nearly all the way around, it's easy for ships to get trapped inside the cap without support. Stealthy destroyers can sometimes sneak away, but it's much more difficult for other ships. In the center, Capture Area B is just as perilous. Completely open with plenty of spaces for radar cruisers to hide nearby without being spotted, it's commonly left uncaptured until the mid and late game. Cap C on the right is riddled with islands provide plenty of cover for destroyers to slip in and pick up the cap, unless enemy ships are able to get better firing angles into the cap from the center or along the 10 line. "18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. General quarters, captains, it's time to play Sleeping Giant."
All right, here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 3 of the semifinals match here between PWP and FIM. And we kind of called it, Zath. There is a Khabarovsk on the field.
Yes.
FIM coming to the dance with Ohio, Kremlin, Worcester, Venezia, Smolensk, and Quadruple Destroyer. Check this out, Zath. Summers, Daring, and Khabarovsk.
Yep, versus PWP doing a little bit more of a cruiser-centric setup here with Ohio, Yamato. This is our first time seeing Yamato. Des Moines, Venezia, Smolensk, Summers, Daring, and Ashimakaze.
Now, I say Quadruple Destroyer, but is Khabarovsk really a destroyer? No, not really. She's kind of a very, very small light cruiser without a citadel.
That takes full penetrations from AP shells.
That takes full penetrations from AP shells. Now, it's interesting. I like the Daring pick for this map, Zath. I like it a lot. And I think you see kind of their destroyer picks acknowledging what we were talking about earlier, that there aren't really a lot of really good torpedo corridors and places you're going to get tons of work out of them on this map. And where they are, the conga line, right, that the Daring single-fire torps might be the way to go. Matsukaze here is about to duck into the top end of B, and he will basically get that unopposed as both radars that PWP has brought are headed over towards the A cap.
That's
Now,
an interesting decision.
It is. I noticed. Yeah, it is a little odd, and it's interesting because Hatsuki
Kai.
Mispronouncing it all game. He's about to step into the A cap because of Khabarovsk's speed. He can just get around and do his thing. And so very quickly here, we're going to see FIM pick up 2 caps.
And remember, I said the key is going to be A. So can they get A, and can they hold it?
They're going to be able to get it, but the question is, as you point out, can they hold it? I mean, I don't know that there's too many ships on that flank that are going to want to charge into a cap where a Khabarovsk is waiting for you.
Well, that's the thing. That Kaba's got really good torpedoes, very good concealment on those torpedoes, pretty quick, and they're devastating up close. So,
indeed.
Oh,
So
we got
what we're
ourselves a
looking
little
at here,
death nail going here.
essentially, say again.
We got a bit of a death nail going on now over at A. PWP setting up for Des Moines and Venezia.
Indeed, Zombri and Yamamoto lining up for their little Worcester-Smolensk smoke duo, as we have been seeing them do so commonly. But over at A, what we're seeing FIM do, it looks like they're going to set up to kind of just deny entry into the A cap for any ships that want to come in this way. Now, PWP is rotating Captain Pikachu's Daring towards B. Matsukaze has not left the cap. Okay, he's about to now. I'm curious to see if they're going to spot each other here. Let's have a look back and see. No, right now the islands are keeping them from spotting each other. In fact, I think the distance, I'm not even sure they would spot each other anyway. Matsukaze is about to know he's got company, though. There he goes. So FIM now knows the destroyer that was in C. Well, they don't know this for a fact, but they can infer that the destroyer that was in C has rotated to B. As a Matsukaze is coming to C over here to try and cap it as well.
Newbie Dash just got slapped hard by Kazakh, I believe. The Kremlin over at A. Gaishu's in trouble.
Indeed. Kazakh has a really good angle on Newbie. Gaishu's kind of caught out here. Got him radared. Gaishu's going to give up a lot of HP as this continues. More Kremlin shells coming in on Newbie. He takes another solid hit, but it's not enough to get him off the board.
Actually, those look like Venezia's.
They might have. Oh, okay. Gaishu burning and healing as he runs north. Looks like he might finally be out of detection. Nope, they still have eyes on him. Honestly, there he goes. He finally does go dark. He's gonna have to pull back for quite a while.
Well, he's got at least one sticky fire on him right now, too.
Kozak just put another good salvo into Yukino's Venezia, way down there on the 1 line.
Yep, saw that
Kozak has
too.
a brilliant position over here.
Newbie Dash just took a hit.
Yeah, Newbie's very low. The Venezia's got a great flanking angle on him. If they can keep Newbie lit, Mako can probably get him off the board. Could this be it? It is. First kill of the game going to FIM here on Sleeping Giant. Up chip and 2 caps as Pikachu is now getting into A with a duel with a Habarovsk.
This doesn't seem wise.
This does not seem wise, but all the torpedoes, this is going to be really interesting, Zath. Can he thread the needle? He does. He does.
Okay, do it again. No.
But he's not going to be able to do it again, and he's going to go out. His torpedoes. Oh, but he gets his final torpedoes off. Is he going to get him in?
Not enough. Oh, he's flooding. He's flooding.
Pikachu's flooding. He's going out.
Gone.
It's a trade.
Wow.
Oh, that's a terrible trade. It's a terrible trade for PWP. I didn't think he got the second set off, but he did.
Amazing.
Unbelievable. And so now both destroyers that PWP has left are on the flanks. The Shimakaze on the 9 line, the Summers on the 1 line. They're not anywhere near the cap circles, and they're about to put a Matsukaze's Daring back into B. So before much longer, in another 70 or 80 seconds, FIM will have total cap control here on Sleeping Giant. We're only 7 minutes into the game.
I'll tell you what, viewers are picking music right now.
Oh, that's dangerous, Zach. That's dangerous.
Some Eurobeats just came on just after that encounter. Oh my god, like almost perfect timing.
The irony, Zach, the irony. Yamamoto's Smolensk caught out of smoke over here outside of a C, but doesn't punish him. Kozak taking more torpedoes.
Yeah, just one.
Summers has really been punishing him for this position as they push him back at least enough. Apex is now going to be driving into the B cap, the A cap.
Yep.
Some Venezia shells going in on him, but that's probably not a dev strike. Not with SAP. A Matsukaze now chiming in with his Daring. So FIM bagging B, solidly in control of C, for the moment anyway, as they begin to lose control of A here on Sleeping Giant.
That's the key here. PWP saying we're not going to let you keep this.
No, they can't afford to. They can't afford to let them tick up 3 caps for very long. You just can't. The amount of points you tick up, the rate you tick them up is just craziness. But PWP is very much on the back foot, Zaf. Like they're not going to be able to make a play at C. With a Worcester and a Smolensk there, Puerto Rico and his Shimakaze cannot afford to get spotted. If he gets spotted, he'll go out in second.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like they're going to try and rotate him into B, into the middle of the map. Seems to be the play he's making. Yep.
Matsukaze just got slapped by the Venezia, by Yukino.
Well, Yukino has now come around, and he's going to make a play for B as well. But he's got the Ohio to contend with. Kelsier 1's Ohio has rotated back into the middle of the map to defend B from this cruiser push, sending his forward turrets to Venezia and his stern turrets into Apex's, into Captain Caesar's Des Moines for a solid hit.
Kozak taking torps again.
They might actually get him, Zath. He's so low at this point. I mean, at this point, the Yamato could probably come around the corner and just, lull pen him.
The enemy is about to win.
Yeah, he almost doesn't have to, though. I mean, he's keeping 3 ships in position with 2 right there. Just the Yamato and the Summers.
Yukino using his fancy Italian smoke to steam through the B cap as he and Puerto Rico in the Shimakaze tag team it for a cap. Kelsier's got Shimakaze torpedoes coming in from his port side that he doesn't know are there.
This is going to be spicy.
This could be catastrophic for FIM.
Hold on to your butts.
He's going out, Sath. He's going to take like 7 of these. He gets 1 salvo off at Yukino. But he's literally, he's out.
Wow.
And the salvo on Yukino didn't really connect for very much. FIM giving up a battleship, trying to defend B, but unsuccessful. And now the shoe has changed a little bit. Both teams on two losses, but PWP ticking up points faster. Looks like a Matsukaze got radared by the Des Moines here as the Venezia is trying to get shells on him north of B.
He was radared a little bit earlier. I don't know if that radar is back again. I think they just took some random luck chuck shots at him.
Fever Nova's Yamato driving into the A-cap, but getting up a ton of HP to do it. Last time I looked over, he had about 60,000 HP, now down under 20 and falling. Kazakh continuing to retreat from the Summers position.
Yeah, it's Mako and that SAP. He's doing a really nice job of hitting the Yamato superstructure.
It's definitely not over for FIM. They've got it. Their position is not terrible, but they're going to have a hard time breaking back into A. And with the Des Moines in the position he's in, I have no idea how they're going to get into B. I think they're going to have to try and come into A from kind of astern, for lack of a better way to put it, right? From over here on the 2 line.
Yep.
Captain Caesar's
Here comes the radar.
Des Moines, yep, now coming around the corner, putting his radar up, trying to push a Matsukaze, trying to get the kill. Yamamoto's Smolensk in a position to help out. But Caesar's now is kind of offered bad target choices, right? He can't get shells on the destroyer in front of him. So he opts to go for Yamamoto's Smolensk in smoke. As now Yukino, no, that's Puerto Rico's Shimakaze is into the C-cap. FIM on the verge of giving up total map control when earlier they had it. Zombrie's Worcester in a duel with Yukino's Venezia here over at C. Just trying to spam the Venezia off the board. Doing a really good job of it right now. He's trading very well. He's not really taking much damage in return. Captain Caesar's push out of A-cap cost him a ton of HP. They might actually lose him here, Zach.
I think they will, yeah.
I think they're going to lose him. 2,000 HP and falling. More shells going in. Yeah, they're going to get him. It's only a matter of time.
There it is.
There he goes. That allows FIM to retain the lead. And that, more importantly, that pulls the last PWP radar off the board.
Torpedoes might hit. Nope. Never mind. Summers is okay at A. But they have to know this it's coming.
Yes. Well, these guys, they have to know this is coming. Calcier 3 about to push into the end of B. Points that, Zombie, the Ohio shells finally catch up to Zombie. He takes a big hit.
Yeah. Can't afford that
he's
right
gonna
now.
have to go dark. No, he's going to go dark and run for a while. FIM knows they have to get back on caps. They're pushing hard to do it. Venezia, daring, all headed over here, trying to get into the 2-line entrance of the A-cap as Kelsier does enter the top end of the B-cap. That slows the bleeding a bit. But right now, PWP still on track to win in about 2.5 minutes.
Brilliant torpedo salvo, though, by the Summers there.
He slows them all down, gives them extra time.
Asahi? There we go.
Sakurokuji Asahi? Yeah, there you go. Don't ask me to pronounce things on a moment's notice. It won't end well.
Just in time for Fast and Furious 3 Tokyo Drift music.
just about to have a lead change here as the Venezia back. Summers, what a hit. What a hit that was.
These guys just...
Now, Fever Nova's Yamato is essentially just going to get gangbanged from these ships coming in.
This music is perfect. These guys just sailed it like bosses.
He's got nowhere to go. He's just going to get wrecked. Once he's out, they'll pick up A. That should solidify things unless mistakes are made along the way. FIM looks really solid to pick up this game, Zath. I'm not sure how PWP is going to salvage it. Puerto Rico's Shimakaze getting into B. That again, that slows the bleeding a bit.
Look at Amatsukaze coming out, just saying, "I'm gonna do this now. I'm gonna end this.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna end this." Fever Nova having to make really bad navigational decisions. He's about to beach himself. He's looking for a shot on the Venezia, but there's no way Mako's gonna get a shot. All these torpedoes should end Fever Nova's game when they finally landing, and they do.
That's right off the butt.
FIM on a lead, but not ticking up points here, but it's not going to be enough. By the time they bag A, that should do it. They no longer have radar either. Well, no, Zombrie's Wooster has radar, but he's way out of position to do anything about this about the Shimakaze in B. They do succeed in driving Puerto Rico out of the cap. That will allow Kelsier's 3 Summers to get onto the top end of A. But even on the strength of the 1 cap that they have, FIM wins in 92nd.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that they end it sooner.
I mean, wouldn't you? Like, why risk it? Why run the risk of any chance of giving somebody, one of your teammates a chance to make a mistake or the enemy just to get lucky? Don't give them that opportunity. End it as quick as you can.
And the key to this was the inability to kill Kazakh Import in the Kremlin there.
It took him a while. He's still alive, Zach. Look at
That's
this.
what I mean, yeah.
How many torpedoes and flood damage must he have taken, but he's still around?
And he spent a ton of the time in the game just reversing.
He did indeed.
Snoozing
All
Mako,
right,
making
now-
Inky to make sure he doesn't get killed.
Well, but this will be interesting because the Shimakaze is going to pick him up. He and the Shimakaze are about to stumble across each other, and they don't know it.
Nope, because of smoke.
There, the Shimakaze's back onto the cap now. Mako will be spotted, I think, maybe 30 seconds now because they capped B, but they're not taking up points off of it. Skies Ohio coming around the corner looking for a shot on this Venezia. Mako trying to angle out and deny it to him.
I think we're about to witness an execution right here, guys.
Somebody's going out, but who is it? We still can't see the Shimakaze. Still have no eyes on him.
He's staying right behind that smoke. Here it is.
There he is. They've got him now. Mako takes a solid hit, but not a catastrophic one. As it looks like and it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Time. Wow.
FIM ticks it up, and that's all she wrote, Zath. 3-0 winners here in the semifinals go into their first finals.
Amazing.
Well, congratulations to both teams. It was a really well-played series, but FIM just making it happen, making it work, and they will be going on to their very first finals here on King of the Sea in North America.
Now, it might be worth taking a moment and talk about the prizes that these players can get. We haven't really talked about it at all. And Wargaming's offering some pretty good stuff here, huh?
There's some pretty good prizes in this prize pool. Zath, take us through it. Talk about it.
Well, so when we have the winners, of course, they walk away with 5,000 doubloons, 5,000 steel, and 25 of a very special-looking, sexy-looking camouflage. Second place goes on to get 4,000, 4,015, and the numbers go down from there. Very interesting to see, though. The winners get a special flag. If you see there, you got those double-crossed tridents or whatever. And that flag gives them additional commander XP. There's some economic benefits as well to this. So it's definitely worth playing for.
I forget the economic benefits. I'd have to go to the wiki to look them up, but they are really good. I remember they're really good benefits.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going to pop into their training room. I want to make sure the other semifinals match is proceeding, because if they go to a game 4, then we'll cover that. But if they go 3 and out, which I don't know the result of this game just yet. Let's pop into the training room. It looks like, they're playing their game 3 right now. So I don't have any visibility on that at the moment. So we'll just have to see when they come back in. I guess we could also cheat. I could cheat and go look at Senpai's stream, couldn't I? Or Sunny's stream. I could cheat. Let's cheat. Let's go have a look. Let's go.
There you go. So
Why
we know
not,
that.
right? Why not? Let's cheat.
So this will be the first time that FIM is able to make it into the finals, and right now it looks like they're going to face off against 07, but we don't know for sure. Cuter could reverse sweep. We've seen that happen. 07's done that before. Actually, I think to
Yes.
Cuter even.
Yes, they have done it to Cuter. All right, so it looks as if, Zath, if I'm reading this correctly, these guys, Cuter won Game 3. They're now in Game 4 on Sleeping Giant.
Wow.
They are on stream. They're 7 minutes into this game. So they're 5 minutes ahead of that, at least from what you and I are seeing. So we'll sit in the chat room here and see if maybe there's a Game 5, or if the series will be over. We're just not sure yet. Either way, we've got a little time to kill. So we talked through some of the prizes. While we got the chance, Zath, like let's let everybody know kind of what we do, right? We have the fortune today of being invited to cast here on the main World of Warships channel. Ordinarily, we'd be doing this from Austin, the casting studios in Austin. Unfortunately, recent world events mean that that's of course not occurring. So we've worked with our streamed cast, our North American community team, and the streaming team, ourselves and Zath and everybody, to make this work through the technological marvel of the internet.
That's right.
We've made this all come together. Given the opportunity, Zath, tell the viewers at home, you're an NACC. Tell us about what you do. Tell us about your channel and your stream and what you do there.
Yeah, sure. So I run Zath's Replay Theater, and we look at replays that players have. If you look at your game install folder, which I think is your C:games and then World of Warships NA, there's a folder in there called replays, and the game automatically saves by default the last 30 replays. People send me those replay files. Those files are about 2 to 3 megabytes in size, so they're not very big at all. It's essentially a giant database, which the game then kind of replays. And so I will go through and I'll look at that replay, and we'll watch it live, kind of looking over the shoulder of the player that submitted that replay, and I'll give them feedback about their game. I'll give them feedback about things like their ammo choice, their target choice, their positioning, even the flags and camouflage that they're using, and the consumables that they've chosen, how everything matches in, their threats, all that kind of stuff. And we've watched some amazing games in this replay theater. I think I've probably covered well over 1,000, probably closer to 2,000 replays at this point. And
Done a lot.
Some amazing throws on both sides. Some amazing comeback
throws.
from defeats to win it. We've seen heartbreaking losses. My favorite loss, and you probably know this, it's our clanmate, good old Seraphic, about to win a game in a Minotaur, and he just gets a little greedy and starts firing his guns, and a Yamato slaps him and kills him. And then, nope, you don't win this, son.
I remember that. We had a long conversation in clan chat about that when you covered that game.
So yeah, so I do a lot of these replays, and you can find me on twitch.tv/Lord_Zath, and I replay. I'm covering replays typically on Sundays from 12 noon to about 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Unfortunately, due to world events, or fortunately, I'm able to stream a little bit more often, so you'll find me on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday typically covering those replays as well. And how about you, Raptor? What do you do, man?
So I got my start doing this, right? Like, competitive warships casting was the only reason I started Twitch streaming to begin with. Way back when we were doing Supremacy League. This would have been late 2017. I played a couple of seasons of Supremacy League, but then for season 5, which was like fall of 2017, I think, I said, you know what? I'm going to do the streaming thing. I want to try and raise the bar on how we showcase competitive warships to players. And I had a couple other people that kind of joined me in that chaotic quest. One of whom is a North American admin for the King of the Sea event. His name's Quadrillus. Quad started off doing a lot of our graphics and overlays and making us look good and look more professional. And then we just kind of got better over the years of how we manage things, how we work, how we handle streams and camera positioning and all this sort of thing. And until here we are all these years later, and I get to do this, kind of on the big stage, for lack of a better way to put it. And I love this. I love that we've come so far. Now we get support from the professional art department in St. Petersburg with the overlays and the videos and all the rest of the stuff. And we make things look beautiful, which is awesome. And because it makes the whole experience much better for the guys at home. When I'm not doing this, I do stream a couple of times a week on evenings here on NA, because I'm a regular working slob with a regular job, as Dennis Leary would say. I have a little stream I usually do about 3 hours on Tuesday night, about 3 hours on Thursday night here, North American time. And then I've also got a YouTube channel where I take clips from the stream. I do analysis of my own replays or other kind of educational replay videos I feel like doing. But yeah, that's kind of me. I do a little bit of YouTube and a little bit of Twitch, but this right here, this competitive warship streaming, this is why I started on Twitch to begin with.
Now, speaking of analyzing replays, I believe you owe me a carrier replay.
Well, that's what everybody keeps asking for, right? But I have to give you a carrier game worth seeing, and I ain't got one yet. I had trying to remember, what did I play? So we were picking about that yesterday, right? And I was like, all right, what do I need to do? I need a carrier game. So I started playing Indomitable. I kept thinking, surely I can get a decent game out of Indomitable. And I had a couple of wins, but they were kind of mediocre damage-wise. I was kind of middle of the pack. I was like, well, these aren't like really, really good games. I had a couple of games where it was just mostly me harassing destroyers, because that's what you do in Indomitable. And then my third game in Indomitable was just bad, like just real bad. That was kind of unfortunate. It was my best damage game of the day, unfortunately, but the team just got utterly steamrolled. So that was unpleasant. and then I think I played one game in Kaga, and that was also an equal, like the team was like, you know what? We're going to zone in, and then we're going to go AFK. That was my team. So I gave up at that point. I was like, I'll play some more carrier. So I know your viewers want me to come up with a replay for carrier for you, and I'll figure it out. But it's gonna be It's gonna be a while yet.
So actually, while you're talking about that, one of the things I want to comment, man, is I don't really care when it comes to replays, like what people send me. And I think that this discussion is perfect for talking about that. For those of you guys who are listening in, I'm not looking for your epic play games or things where you've got like 3,000 base XP or the server damage record or something like that. Sure, send it my way if you want. I've covered a few of those. But just your average game too. There's so much that we can get into, and that's what I love about doing the replay theater. The way it's set up is even people that go and get themselves killed right away. There's plenty to talk about. I've even covered a training room battle or two when somebody sent those to me by accident. I don't care. It's fun. Also, real quick point, the iDuckman chiming in with the wiki information, that would be 50% Commander XP earned and 15% to credits earned on that King of the Sea flag. So 50% Commander XP, that's sexy.
Yes, that flag is really, really good. All right, well, I can spoil this for us because of the delay, right? And actually, let me make sure that they're under 5 minutes on the other stream. No, they aren't yet. Okay, so I won't spoil this next game yet. So we'll talk for a little bit. In the meantime, actually, let's make sure. How much longer have they got? Ooh, wow, that's a close game. That's a close game, kids. What else have we got to talk about? Well, we know the other thing is, once we get done with this match, we're waiting to find out if the other is going to a game 5 or not. They're playing game 4 right now. Once we know that, we'll either go cover the game 5 or we're going to take about a 15-minute break here while the teams, 15-20 minutes while the teams get reorganized. We get all the rooms reset up. We have to do map picks again for the finals, and then we'll be bringing you guys the NA finals. So you have to give us a little bit of time here, but we're still waiting on the results of this game. What are you laughing at? I get nervous when you start laughing.
Look in the training room. Look at the map that 07 set it up to, or I think Trident. Guys, we're going into Sullivan Islands domination.
Excellent. It's going to be an excellent map. Let's see. I'm going to make sure we're in the right room. They told us who was covering. I saw it. Hold on. Okay. We need to get out of this room. There we go.
Price is hosting it. Got it.
Yes. Yep. We got to go back to the room we were in, but it's just fine. No big deal. Wow. This other game, this game 4 is going down to the wire. But anyways, we'll be bringing you guys the finals. We'll be a short break here as we step away for a few minutes, and we've got some educational videos to share for you guys. I know one of them is, if you're not used to linking your World of Warships account with your Twitch account, there's a little video that will kind of talk you through that process, allow you to earn Twitch drops, which is really, really awesome. It's something that Wargaming's been doing for, gosh, a little over a year now, I feel like. Maybe coming up on 2 years? I don't know, but it's been awesome.
Something like that, I think, yeah. Hey, iDuckman asking a question, Raptor, real quick. Who exactly earns that King of the Sea flag? And I believe that's everybody that's on the roster of the team that wins, correct?
That is correct. Teams are allowed to fill out rosters up to 12 players. And then those 12 players win prizes based on the prize pool that we saw earlier. Now, I think that you're allowed to have a few more people on your roster, but there will come a point past which those players do not earn prizes. So you're allowed to roster some more people and they can play, but they will not get goodies.
Yep.
So.
Yep, and it's maximum of 12 players per team on the roster. Now, these are the winners. Is this for international? I didn't even think about that. Is that the winners for today, or is that the winners internationally?
Yeah, so the King of the Sea flag is awarded to the regional winners. So whoever wins the next series that we covered, the finals match, will be able to claim that King of the Sea flag for themselves until the next King of the Sea in the fall. The international event has different prizes. And those are in the form, I'm pretty sure, of premium ships based on how many games each team wins. Still waiting for this other game to finish on stream, but I think at this point it's low enough. Yep. Okay. So, there it goes. So, guys, 07 does win their match against Cuter. They won 3-1. So, our final, Zath, is going to be 07 coming out of the top half of the bracket, and FIM coming out of the bottom half of the bracket. We do not know the map rotation yet, but we do know that those will be our teams here in a little bit. We go to the final. So here's what we're going to do. Let's set this. I'm going to set my wait timer for about 15 minutes here. Zath, what do you think?
15 minutes, we can do that.
Actually, let's actually I'm going to set it for 18. Let's give ourselves a few extra minutes here. I'm going to set this for about 18 minutes, guys. We're going to step away, and then we'll be back in a little while to bring you guys to the finals. Remember, we got to take a break here and let all the teams get reorganized, shuffle rooms and whatever. So we'll be back in a little bit, guys. In the meantime, enjoy some filler material and learn a little bit about linking your Twitch account to your World of Warships account, and we'll see you in a bit.
Show you what Twitch drops are and how to get them. With Twitch drops, you can get free additional content for watching World of Warships on Twitch. These include Twitch containers, special missions, and if you're very lucky, even premium ships. To activate Twitch drops, head to your account management page and click on the Twitch icon. Then either log into your existing Twitch account or register a new one. Afterwards, click the Authorize button to finalize linking your accounts. If your link was successful, you'll receive the Twitch Welcome Achievement in-game. Now let's start getting some drops. Open your browser and head to the twitch.tv homepage. If you are anything like us, you might want to activate Dark Mode. To find World of Warships content, click on the search bar and enter World of Warships. Select World of Warships to head to the game directory, where you can see all live World of Warships streams. Make sure to follow our game for easy access to streams in future. Pick your favorite streamer and start watching. You can check whether Twitch drops are active underneath the title of each live broadcast. You will receive your first Twitch drop after watching eligible streams for a certain amount of time.
Eventually,
when you get a drop, you will receive a notification on Twitch. You can click on it to access your inventory of all received Twitch drops. Please note, the notifications are going to stack up for all received drops during one update. You will also get a notification in-game. You can earn several Twitch containers in each update. They can contain credits, premium consumables, and signal flags. You can also receive exclusive missions from Twitch drops. To find these in-game, click on the Combat Missions tab and navigate to Personal Assignments. These missions will give you a variety of cool items, rare camouflages, and more. Follow our official channel at twitch.tv/World of Warships. Come chat with your World of Warships staff, participate in exclusive giveaways, and be the first to get the latest in news and announcements. Action Stations, Captain.
Así. Musashi. Musashi.
right.
Here's to all of you.
5, 4, 3, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. It's time, Zath. It's time. It's right.
Damn right it's time. I'm ready to go. Are you?
That's right. I am. It's time for the North American Finals, King of the Sea 10. Our two teams squaring off for this event. Defending champions, Devastating Strike 07, well known in the competitive play environment field here on NA. Their challengers standing in their way from becoming the first repeat King of the Sea champions on the server is arguably probably one of the other best possible opponents they could come up with, and that is Friendship is Magic.
How about
Now-
the fact that you're talking about a team that's consistently made it through, and versus a team that's never made it through?
Well, and there's a reason for that, right? We talked about that briefly before the break, right? Like FIM is a team that has had mixed participation in King of the Sea in general, and when they haven't made it this far. They actually got knocked out by 07, I believe, in the top 8 in King of the Sea 9, in a best of 3 match, and then I think previously to that, I think they played in King of the Sea 8, but I forget where they landed. I have to go back and check. But the bottom line is that this is a team that if you've been playing clan battles in NA, in Typhoon or Hurricane, you've seen these guys. You've run into these guys. You know this team. You know these players. But they've never been this deep in a King of the Sea event before. Nobody on the server who knows these guys has any question that they belong here. It's simply that they've just never gotten here before. So we'll just have to see how it goes. But it's going to be an exciting match. This is the matchup, Zath, that I think everybody has wanted for a long time.
Oh, absolutely, yes. And I mean, it comes down to, so every time we have King of the Sea, there are memes that are born, right? And I can't wait to see the memes that are born from this, to be quite honest.
It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. So as we head into the match, let's take a look over the map rotation, starting with North, heading to Crash Zone Alpha, then Sleeping Giant, and if necessary, Game 4 on Northern Waters, and Game 5 on Sea of Fortune. Now, we know we're guaranteed at least 3 games, but I really, really hope we get all 5 games out. Teams this good deserve to play all 5 games.
Oh, absolutely. You're absolutely right there.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Now,
we have also... Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, if you don't mind, we'll talk a little bit about ship bans.
Do it. Talk us through it.
So 07 chose to ban Haragumo and Wooster. I think they might have had somebody watching what FIM was doing.
Could be, Zath. Could be.
And then FIM banning Stalingrad and Moskva. So once again, no 12-kilometer radar.
It's interesting to see FIM just hardcore making sure that 12-kilometer radar gets out and stays out, and they don't have to deal with it. Now, I will say this, right? They can do that this tournament. But there may come a time in the future where they can't do that because some of these Russian cruisers that are coming down the line, currently in testing, right? The Petropavlovsk, the Alexander Nevsky, particularly at Tier 10, they also have 12-kilometer radar. Now, it's shorter duration, I believe, but they do have it.
So, well, what you're saying is we need to enhance the bans by banning 3 or maybe 4 ships, and then...
You joke, Zath, but there was actually a serious conversation in the NA King of the Sea Discord the other day, the NA portion of the main overall King of the Sea Discord, about that. The teams that have played this event really, like, we get there's a lot of crosstalk on that server, right? Because there's a lot of EU players in there, a lot of NA servers. And there was a long conversation with one of the EU guys talking about, well, what is with the ban system? Why is that working? And the short answer is the NA, like, we first tried ship bans last fall when we ran Fight for the Flagship. Or last August when we did Fight for the Flagship. And the teams really enjoyed it, and the viewers loved it because it gives you that little bit of extra spice, right? Things that you have to take what you think you know about the game you're about to watch and maybe kind of put some of it aside and go, it's actually going to happen here. But more importantly, the teams loved it, and we saw more of that feedback. We've seen more of that feedback this far. Almost everybody who participated in that discussion was like, we really like the ship bans, right? They give the game a little more variety. They give us incentive to do things and try things and think out different strategies. And so in general, the ship bans are very positively received by the players.
and that's exciting. I mean, I think it's great to see this.
Yes.
And
I love it.
You know, we were talking about this in some other Discord channels, but you know, whether you agree or not with wargaming and its ability to balance ships or inability, whatever, doesn't really matter. What I love about this is here's the player saying, well, we're going to step in and we're going to allow the teams to ban ships and essentially kind of balance the game a little bit in their favor. And we can tell a lot about teams based off of the choices that they're making.
Indeed. All right, Zaf, it looks like we're ready to drop into game 1 of the NA Finals.
I see that.
Are you good?
Yeah, shall we move into our cinematic?
Let's do this. The rocky shores of the North Sea comprise the setting for a titanic clash of enemy fleets. This is North. North is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and C is on the right. Cap A on the left is the most open and accessible on the board. There are plenty of ways in and out for destroyers and not many places for radar cruisers to hide nearby. As the smallest capture area on the board, the most common access to Cap B comes from due north or south, but there is a small access via a channel between the islands on the eastern edge. Further to the east, Cap C has a single island within that can provide some cover for ships attempting to capture, but there's enough island cover nearby to conceal radar cruisers from multiple directions. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play North. It was absolutely banned last match.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Claybear and Hirugamo. That's okay.
Right.
All right.
I'm good, sir.
We get in here. Lead us in with FIM. I'm not, unfortunately. I was dumb and screwed up. So give me a sec here. And take it away.
Here we go, guys. Game 1 of FIM versus 07 King of the Sea Finals on NA. This is super exciting. Absolutely. Here we go. We've got FIM with Ohio, Kremlin, Double Des Moines, Salem, Venezia, Summers, Daring, and a Grozavoy! Booyah.
Grozavoy! 07 coming to the dance with Double Montana. William the Dank is super happy. Whoa. Okay.
Team killing going on. Mulligan.
So I'm assuming that means it's time for a mulligan.
Well, you guys are watching are gonna have to wait as we go back to port. Try this again.
Yeah. Let's try this one more time. Just as I was zooming in on William, he'd assassinated Pulley. I was like, what? But at least the message is very clear that we've had a mulligan. Time to go back to the training room. You can't, when you're a caster, you can't miss that message.
That's a good message. That's a very good message.
So what's really awesome, just looking through the team lineups, right? I hadn't quite gotten through 07s, but I saw Double Montana, which their battleship players are excited. But William the Dank is one of the most artistic battleship shots I've ever seen, right? With those guns, and he and Potato Quality just do ridiculous things with battleship guns, and I love watching them play. And then both teams opting for a triple destroyer composition, if I read that correctly. So that's interesting because 07 in King of the Sea 9, 07 was some of the only people that ran triple destroyer consistently through the event. But we're seeing it again here, and we're also seeing FIM do the same thing. They're different destroyers. They're picking different destroyers, but they're still picking 3 destroyers. It almost feels a little zap, like we've kind of gone back to the days of Supremacy League, right? Where everybody, your team started with 2 battleships and 3 destroyers. And the question is, which cruisers do you take? Right? The meta in King of the Sea has shifted around a bunch over the years, and some teams run we've seen teams on EU and NA run destroyers. Now it feels like maybe we're getting back to some more traditional comps.
Mm-hmm. That's exciting to see too.
It is actually. There's such a good variety. Like when we started playing, competitive, there was only basically three options, right, for destroyers at we were playing tier 8 because it was a Supremacy League, but you had Benson, you had Fubuki, old tier 8 Fubuki, and I think they had introduced Z23 by then, maybe. But that was really it, right? Well, nobody took a Fubuki. Everybody played Benson. It was just World of Bensons.
Mm-hmm.
All right, game's loading again, guys. We'll be on our way back momentarily. I'm just going to start off here and we'll take a spin through the 07 lineup because nobody's allowed to change their lineup, so it'll be real easy to check this out here.
Yep, I was just going to mention that. So
Yep.
one of the rules is if there's a mulligan, you absolutely have to go back to the same exact lineup.
Indeed. So here we are looking at 07's lineup once again. Double Montana, double Venezia, Yoshino, Zath. That's not a ship that we commonly see in King of the Sea. And then Daring and double Shimakaze.
Now we've
Both
seen
of 07's Montanas opting for the funky Halloween camo too, the Halloween skin.
yes, the Leviathan. Oh, no, sorry, Crocosaur.
Whatever. It's creepy.
Crocosaur.
It's creepy looking, whatever it is. Look at this thing.
Oh yeah,
Woo!
love that game mode. That was so much fun.
All right. Well, with 3 destroyers on each side of the map, you expect to see lots of early cap contesting, and I don't think we're going to be disappointed here. But it does mean that with only 2 radars on their side of the map, 07 is only going to be able to radar cover a couple of these caps. They're going to have to leave one kind of exposed. Right now, it looks like that's going to be the A cap. Will not have radar for 07.
I'm kind of excited to see Montana's. We haven't seen Montana's all tournament really, and
We really haven't.
they're great medium range ships. We've seen William the Dank just land
Oh.
shots, and Potato Quality
Yes.
is also a battleship main prodigy. So
Yes.
we'll have to see what they can make how they can make the Montana work for him. The big thing about Montana is its maneuverability. It can reposition a lot easier than a Yamato can.
Certainly more easy than a Yamato or a Kremlin, in my opinion. And we've seen this might be the first match that we've seen all tournament without a Kremlin in it at all on either side. Well, I mean,
Nope.
there's one on the opposite side, but like a team not running a Kremlin, I think is just at this point been almost unheard of.
Doyle taking some
Speaking of
hits.
Kremlin, Kazakh getting some early damage in on Doyle's Des Moines. Now, Zath, you and I watched who was it? Was it a group game where I think it was Cute pushed Des Moines into this position and he got absolutely destroyed in a few minutes. You remember that game?
Yes. That was Buenos Noches, wasn't it? Versus
Yeah, I believe it was. I think it was BN that did that. I forget who their opponent was, but oh man, was that painful to watch.
CAG. I
That
think it was
poor Des
Buenos
Moines.
Noches CAG.
I think you're correct, Zath. Doyle, however, using his radar and then letting his teammate do the lion's share of the work, driving a Matsukaze off the B cap as he kind of positions with his guns looking up this little channel in between the B and the C cap. Jones's Shimakaze working the extreme western edge of C, looking like he's going to bag this for free, possibly. He's within range of Gaishu's Des Moines' radar over here, but doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
Well, nobody can really shoot Jones, so what's the point of radaring?
The Ohio might have a shot, but it's one of those like, why would you bother? It's such a crapshoot.
Yeah, Kelsier's not looking that way though. He's looking at Pizza, I think. There's the radar you're mentioning.
There comes the radar from Gaishu. Get eyes on everybody. No info radar. Know where everybody is. They know Jones now off the cap. Doyle reversed back where he's got great cover from Kazakh Imports guns, but they do pick up pieces of Pizza's Daring on the bottom end of B and push him into cover.
Now, it's interesting. Gaishu's positioning in the Des Moines. Typically, we see the Des Moines facing C with the bow, but his bow is facing that channel into B. It makes me think that FIM is looking to hold C more than take it.
You kind of get that sense, and also I think maybe they've got Turkish's Salem and Hatsuzuki's Grozovoy kind of swanning around on the 9-10 line. Like they're in a position to go into there and kind of work that cap and possibly defend it from that side, right? If you push the Salem up over here along this edge on the northeastern edge of the C cap, he might have pretty decent position as long as you can get rid of that Venezia down south.
Well, that's going to be the key, isn't it?
Yeah, you got to be able to take that position and hold it. SAT score doing some early work with the torpedoes. It looks like I'm not sure how Yamamoto's taking damage in his Des Moines.
I was just thinking
HP
that
already.
I was just thinking that. But it looks like he repaid the favor slightly.
Indeed, it does. 07, 5 minutes gone. 07 ticking up on the C cap, about 70-point lead here. Both teams kind of clawing for initial position as it looks as if FIM is going to bag A, and they do. Could be William. Williams just firing his guns over Yamamoto's. Could be that he's just getting good shots in. I gotta say, Zath, I'm really glad I don't have to play a cruiser against. Let's just put it that way.
Well, you say that as William the Dank just wrecks Yamamoto from the rear there.
Yeah. Yep. He took about 5 or 6K there.
SAT score might take a torpedo here. Here we go.
Oh,
right in the butt.
Didn't quite get out of the way of that one in time. RNG kind of blessing Kelsier Summers there.
So this is something that we see. I've made this mistake as a bit of a noob often. You have to be careful not to reverse, because when you do, when you see that torpedo, you've got really very little reaction time. And he tried to pull forward, but just it didn't happen quickly enough because of that.
We see now Pieces of Pizza working the bottom end of the B cap. He smokes. Amatsukaze on the opposite side smokes. Both teams putting up a Des Moines radar, allowing the gearings to shoot at each other and continue pot shots. But it's definitely going to drive Pieces off simply because Gaishu's radar in the back there was available. I think they made this play thinking that his radar was down.
Or that he had relocated, maybe even.
Indeed. He really hasn't. He's kind of hanging out on that corner.
So for those of you guys listening, if you're ever in a position in a destroyer, the last thing you want to do is back up unless you absolutely know you're safe to do so.
It's interesting, Zath, if you look at like the overall map position, both teams kind of sort of mirroring each other, right? Like you look at the battleship positions for both teams, they're both kind of playing along the midline, sort of on the 4-5 line for one, for each team. And then the cruisers are kind of scattered around, and then you've got a destroyer trying to work each cap circle. Pieces of Pizza, there's a
SAT
long
repeating the problem. Oh, there it is.
Oh no! SAT succumbs to Summers torpedoes over here on the 2 line.
Made that same mistake. He was caught reversing. Couldn't get out of there.
I'd be willing to bet then that that's Kelsier using RPF to his advantage to be able to put those torpedoes in the right vicinity and bag a big kill early here for FIM. That really reduces their ability to hold back a push from that side of the map. It does look like Pieces is going to bag B. While we've been just gabbing about that, Hatsuzuki has moved into C with his Groza boy over here. Now is about challenged by MF Jones's Shimakaze.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong position for Hatsuzuki Kai because that little island there prevents torpedoes from going right into that smoke.
It does indeed.
Kelsier getting a good hit on Pizza there with Ohio guns.
Not much doing on the 9-10 line. Most of the action right now centered around the B cap as Pieces got driven off before he could finish capping. Right now, FIM up a ship and the only team ticking up points here on the strength of their A cap with 8 minutes gone here on North.
Jones is in trouble now as I think somehow they're detecting him. Gaishu maybe radaring?
It's possible. Now a counter radar going up from Pulikat's Des Moines, but it's a little late. They can't stop the cap now. Gaishu had reversed a ways.
I'm really surprised to see Pulikat in a Des Moines. He's really good in Destroyer.
William over here looking for cross shots on Gaishu through that gap along the edge of the B cap. Got some shells. I think it might have been Yoshino shells going in. They got some damage on Gaishu, but he's certainly got plenty of health left for the moment. They got a lot of good damage into Suzuki.
Yes,
they pushed him off the cap.
And they're not done
more
yet.
Venezia shells still coming in as he pops a heel. That's going to allow Jones to rotate back up and get back onto C. They need that. They can't. There's pretty much nothing they can do about the A cap right now.
As Turkish is now opening up on Saving My Virginity to try to save his teammate.
Yeah, Turkish's Salem is in a really good blocking position over there. Like no one's probably going to come around that way, but it doesn't look like 07 had ever planned to even try it. They're just using the Venezia over there to keep him honest.
Look at the combined firepower on William the Dank right now. 4 ships targeting him.
Indeed. William under a ton of hate right now as he's trying to get some island cover.
Kelsier.
Matsukaze.
Look at Kelsier opening up over there. That's disrespect right there.
That's pretty ballsy there. The Summers even opening up from the 3 line with his guns as now Pieces takes him under fire. And he's forced to... Ooh, William took a shot too.
Yeah.
Got a decent hit. Not an amazing one, but a decent one. But Williams lost over half his HP. Keep waiting, thinking Jones is going to get onto the cap, but it hasn't happened yet. Every time he tries, it looks like Gaishu's radared him again, but yeah, they've got him lit somehow, but Gaishu's got to be running almost out. Surely he's used at least 3 or 4 already.
Yeah, Jones might go down here.
Jones, they might get him.
There it is.
They do. They absolutely do. That's a huge kill for FIM. Puts them up 2 ships, but most importantly, it puts them up 2 destroyers.
And remember, guys, the destroyers are the vision in this game.
Well, not only that, but they're definitely the cap control. They're going to get William too here momentarily. He's just been crispy crittered. There he goes.
The enemy is about to win.
Game 1 has been all FIM almost, just wall to wall. Take a look at 07's view. They're about to push Pieces is daring into A, although the Summers is over there somewhere. We just don't know where. Kazakh's Kremlin about to step onto B. But when you're 3 ships down and you're this many points upside down, it's so hard to make good decisions.
Yeah, but 07's been here before. Anybody can
have.
pull it out. I think they can. So we'll have to see what happens here.
Possibly.
Polecat moving up now.
Well, and you've also got Gaishu coming down the channel here as Doyle radar, so they catch a glimpse of Gaishu. They know where he is now.
Gaishu obviously doing that so he doesn't get stuck.
Pieces getting hammered by the Venezia and the Summers.
And
Tried to get into A, but just not happening. They haven't quite got him yet, and they lose sight of him. Yamamoto's Des Moines is also getting fairly beat up, under about 10k there, but he seems to be okay. He's moving back undercover.
At this point, it seems like FIM is definitely in the driver's seat. It's their game to lose.
No question. As with Potato PQ pushing through the C cap, that allows all the triple points gains to continue once again. Doyle turning around, looking like he might be trying to kind of deal with Gaishu here. I'm not sure. There's another radar from Gaishu. It feels like he's been radaring like every 90 seconds like clockwork. But I think, honestly, Zath, it feels like 07 is throwing in the towel. Look at Doyle. He's just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, just end it. Just end it.
Let's get to the next match already.
Yep. I think 07 knows this is over, and so they're just trying to, yeah. Virginity's charging Turkish over on the 10 line. And then when Doyle goes, that'll be the game. Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Solid play. I mean, I don't feel like 07's strategy on this map was flawed. They certainly got unlucky early on with the torpedoes taking out SAT, but it almost felt like, I also felt like their strategy at sea was kind of not really there, right? Like I expected them to have an answer for the destroyer coming in later on, and it didn't feel like they did.
No, it didn't. It felt like 07 had a plan, and then FIM said, well, we're going to take that plan and just trash it right away. And
It
07
certainly looked that way.
just wasn't able to recover.
Indeed. Indeed. All right, well, game 1 in the books will be going on to game 2 on Crash Zone Alpha momentarily. Now, I got to go back and look here for a minute. Let's see. FIM had played on North before, and they had played almost that same team composition. But not quite. Close, but not quite. And that was actually 07's first time to play North this tournament. They had managed to avoid it up to this point.
Well,
did I have
maybe
this- oh, wait,
maybe
hang on a
that's
minute.
the
Did I have
silver
that right?
lining for them, right?
No, I think I'm reading this wrong. Hard to say. I'd have to go back and look at all and analyze again. I'm not going to take the time, but either way, definitely for me that's a bit of a surprise. Like for 07 to get just shut out like that is definitely a surprise for me. I mean, we've seen it before, right? But you don't ever expect that.
Well, it comes
All
from
right.
sometimes those little things happen, and that just snowballs in.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way. I mean, losing SAT basically at that point you're no longer able to A at all. Right? You lose not only do you lose your vision, but you lose your ability to kind of work that side of the map. Looks like we're going to get the same ship bans that we had earlier. We're waiting on 07's final ban. Same. So yep, ship bans remain the same.
Okay. Coming in just now, PWP winning first game of the third place match.
Okay. PWP knocking off Cuter in game 1.
Yep, same ones. Haragumo, Stalin, Mosfa, and Wooster.
Indeed. Now, the other thing that's worth pointing out, Zach, like, we talked about it earlier, 07 not looking very good that game, let's say, and losing, but we've seen them recover from positions like this before, right? If there's definitely a team that's able to go, well, you know what, that sucked. Let's forget about it and get on with our life, right? Last finals, they lost the first 2 games and still won the match.
That's right. So just because they lost this first game doesn't mean that they're out.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. I'm just noting that, like, from a mental resilience standpoint, a lot of teams, would get maybe a little frustrated losing that first game, but these guys just kind of, whatever, let's get on with life.
The hard part is when you take a loss like that, especially such a big loss. You wonder what's going on the TeamSpeak or Discord right now in voice chat, right, within that team. Like, what are they saying? What are the discussions that they're having?
Sometimes you probably don't want to know.
You ever listen to the what are they called? The Budweiser did the radio ads for Real Men of
Genius.
Genius, yeah.
Real Men of Genius.
Right, and then they had the losing locker room reporter.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
Because some millionaire dropped the football.
All right. Well, 07 sent some guys back to port. My assumption is they're making some adjustments to their ship lineups and ship roster now that they know the ship bans. I see something in the training room that makes me curious. We'll see if it materializes into something. I'll mention as we get into the game, but for now I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I don't want to spoil nothing. Because you never know what's going to happen.
Well, okay then.
Well, I mean, look at the undistributed players, right? Like, to me, just seeing that you even have one of those in the room is interesting right now, especially since that we know that there's ships that he specializes in, right? And one of them is on the banned list. So if you're going to see him, if he's going to show up, and it looks like they're about to slide him over, makes you wonder what he might be in, doesn't it?
You know what I haven't seen at all really this tournament? Zhao.
No, you don't really see Zhao anymore. You know what else is interesting to me, Zath? We saw, like, we went in the early stages of the event, Swiss play, let's say. Didn't really see a lot of Goliath, right? Then we got to, like, groups and initial round of elimination games, and we saw people running Goliath. Buenos Noches ran 2 Goliath a couple of matches, right? And then here we are at the top end of the bracket. Goliath, gone in the wind. Disappeared. I find that interesting. I mean, I understand it because I don't feel like Goliath is a particularly good cruiser in this particular format. So I understand the decision. We saw Buenos Noches using them really effectively to burn out Kremlins, right? Because you just get all that pen through the deck and you just wipe them out.
Yeah, usually when you get a new ship that gets released, you typically will see a little bit of play by the teams to see if the ship will fit or not. We definitely saw that with Venezia.
You're definitely seeing it with Venezia. A lot of teams have learned to adapt to Venezia. They brought Venezia into their clan battles rotations. They like it. And so you're seeing them sprinkled in, certainly on certain maps and certain team compositions here in King of the Sea. And I love that. I remember at one point Venezia with the Italian cruise line, there was a lot of people like, oh, garbage and the SAPs. But then people started taking some of these ships out like Venezia. They take Venezia into a game against in clan battles. I got to play Venezia in clan battles this season, and just the horrible things that ship does to Moskva and Stalingrad just puts a smile on my face every time, without fail.
Yeah, I know. When we were doing clan battles and you picked up that ship, and just it was like one of those kind of moments when everything just fits in and works.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. I fell in love. I was like, this is it, guys. Anytime you want a Venezia and you want me to play, you just let me know. I will play this ship. Even if I'm getting my butt kicked and my face smashed in, I like playing this ship. So I mean, there you go. It was awesome. What's also interesting when you think about it, Zath, from the standpoint of look at FIM's ban list. Let's go back and look at that real quick. Look at FIM's ban list. The two ships that you would really be using to counter Venezia with are on their ban list. So when you look at it now, you look at them, you realize, okay, they've banned Stalingrad and Moskva. Venezia is still not a bad ship, but they're probably not going to bring one because the thing that she's really good at, she's not needed for. Those two ships are out.
That's right. Good point. So
Yeah.
why bring a Venezia at this point, other than just
Exactly.
whacking destroyers?
If nothing else, you still got that going for you. But it definitely opens up your cruiser roster a little bit wider, right? But okay, I know I'm not taking Stalingrad. I know I'm not taking a Moskva. If those aren't even in the match, is there a point to taking a Venezia? Look at last game. Look at Saving My Virginity's Venezia. Do you feel like he was super useful over on the 10 line?
No.
No. I'm willing to bet you that we won't see him in a Venezia again. I don't feel like I'm willing to bet you they got back, thought, you know what, guys, we didn't get anything out of this ship that match, because I don't feel like they did. Venezia is a ship that serves a very specific purpose in a team composition, but with the ship bans, it's not as necessary. So
Right.
Yeah. So let's think through then. If we've taken out Stalingrad and Moskva, and you make the assumption then that there is no Venezia, right? Worcester is also on the ban list. That leaves us with what? Zao, Hindenburg, Des Moines, Salem, Henri Catherine. What am I missing? Is that really it?
Yoshino.
Is that it? Yoshino, which we saw last game.
Right?
Which we saw the Yoshino last game. That's something else that I think, I'd have to run the numbers, but I think his HE also pens a credit. I think.
Who? Yoshino? 310.
Yoshino,
Those are 310s.
310, and you divide by 4?
Divide by
5.
6.
Divide by 6. It's 6. So 51 mils of pen. It won't pen a Kremlin deck.
No, you need IFHE to make that happen,
You
but
need
it will
it-
pen just
you
about
suffer-
everything else.
Right. No, won't pin that. So if you took IFHE on it, so if it's, you could pin the Kremlin's deck. So maybe that's the thing. All right. Looks like 07 FIM is here and ready. 07 is not quite here. They're missing one player. Let me see. Let them know her.
Comment on my chat. SAT is now respecing into vigilance.
Do you know, if you're going to end up being a picket destroyer like that, that's not awful.
Oh, agreed.
You could spend, there are worse places you could spend those points. Let's just put it that way.
Yes. Oh, now they're saying replace him with Virtual Senpai. I think he's a little busy right now.
Senpai is definitely busy. I'm curious to know how that match is going. I'm also looking forward to tomorrow. Like, we know now that these two teams, 07 and FIM, are going to be going in against the Asia clans tomorrow, right? Or I'm sorry, next weekend.
I was
Next
just gonna
weekend
say,
for
wait,
the
tomorrow? You got
no,
me
no,
scared
come
for
on.
a second here. Ah.
No, my bad. Next weekend for the international event. But I am curious. That third place game is what I'm really curious about, Zath, because I'm really interested to know who that third place team is going to be. That's going to be joining these two teams on the international stage to take on Asia in the cross server.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Absolutely.
Now, when we get a break at some point, in fact, when we get done with this game, let's talk about that, because I'm willing to bet you that not everybody at home knows all about the international event. I'm sure that you guys do. They're playing Russia. I think they are playing Russia tomorrow. But I know that ours with Asia is next weekend, because the time difference between the two servers just does not work out very well to try and do it right after this. There
mean-
was an attempt made, but it was bad.
Yeah, to do it right after this, so you guys understand, that would mean that the Asian teams would basically be playing an early morning match Monday morning.
They're about 12 to 15 hours ahead. So what would really happen is that, yeah, for them it would actually be tomorrow morning, be early Sunday morning if we would just go right on into it. But these guys, our guys, would be playing into like it would be like 1 o'clock in the morning, and that's just, it's not really realistic for anybody, right?
Well, right, and I mean, we ran into that with Supremacy League a couple times when we did crossover stuff. Like, we had some seriously late nights because of that, and fatigue was definitely a part of the actual event.
Okay. All right, Zath, let's go down to this. They're on the countdown. Let's run this video, guys. We will see you in Crash Zone Alpha.
The Narrows of the English Channel have borne witness to some of the most famous naval battles in history. Now the storied cliffs of Dover provide the inspiration and backdrop for a naval clash of epic proportions. This is Crash Zone Alpha. Crash Zone Alpha is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running in a line from southwest to northeast. The A cap is in the bottom left, B is in the center, and C is in the top right. In the center and southwest, both A and B caps provide a little cover for radar cruisers looking to support friendly destroyers as they vie for control of each cap. The islands that hug the borders of these 2 capture zones are tall enough to block most shells and close enough that their radar envelopes will cover their respective capture areas. To the northeast, Capture Area C is a much riskier play for cruisers. The islands here are smaller and further back from the capture zone, providing better access for destroyers. Battleships seeking better firing angles on enemies further south are likely to find what they're looking for, but pushing too far, too quickly, can be a very risky play. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Crash Zone Alpha.
Alright, here we go. Game 2.
Yes, indeed. Zath, talk to me about 07's lineup.
I'm excited, dude. First of all, Polecat in a destroyer. This is what we were hoping for last game, right?
All is right with the world.
That's right. All is right with the world. Expect to see some just ridiculous plays made by him this game. We've got Pizza in the Daring. We got Shimakaze. We've got Hindenburg, Triple Des Moines, and Double Montana.
Blessed be BFK. All right. Looking over the FIM lineup. Ohio Kremlin. Saw that last game. Des Moines Salem. Yep. Minotaur. Oh, yeah, Zath. Zombie, we talked about it earlier with his Wooster on the shelf because of the ban. He's here in Minotaur. This makes me super excited. Double Summers, Smolensk, and Shimakaze. Both teams again sticking with Triple Destroyer.
You better believe that he's running a Manitar build with a radar.
Oh, yeah. I guarantee you Zombie is a Manitar. And there you see them playing him very similar to the way we saw Buenos Noches play their Minotaur on the same map from the other side. He's here teamed up with a Destroyer. And I guarantee you he's radar, and he's here to make sure that whoever these guys send to be early pays the iron price.
Interestingly enough, though, the Pizza's not falling for that.
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, Pizza's no idiot. He knows he probably has a pretty good... When you look across the map, you got a smoke cloud over there, right? Like, you can't risk it until you know. And you probably know anyway. MF Jones is Shimakaze working the bottom end of C. He should be able to bag that very easy to do much about it. Nobody's even in radar range to sniff him out. Whereas on the other end of the map, we're looking at Gaishu's Des Moines in smoke. Kelsier's Summers trying to reverse into the top end, the northwestern corner here of the A cap. Pulleycat's Shima and Doyle's Des Moines on the opposite side, literally mirror imaging them as they try to. Uh-oh, is Pulley going to take a torpedo?
No,
he's got
be fine.
Oh, and he's running that anglerfish camo.
Yep.
All right. We're about to see a little bit of action at B. Pieces is daring, about to step onto the cap. There he is. Is he in radar range of Zombri? He is. Waiting to see. There it goes. Zombri putting up the radar. Shots going in on Pizza as a Pizza right now, driving him off the cap. But you see how well Pizza planned that, right?
Yep.
Pizza planned that knowing that he had an escape route.
So we call baiting the radar.
Exactly. This is something that you very commonly, it drives me crazy, Zach. You don't see destroyer players in a lot of random battles that think through things this quickly. They don't enter a cap with a plan of, okay, what's going to happen if I'm into this cap and everything goes south on me? Whereas that's the difference at this level of play. You watch a player like Pieces, like a Matsukaze, like MF Jones. These guys know their plan to get out when they get in.
Pizza doesn't take a dump without a plan.
Thanks, Fred Dalton Thompson. Ooh, they did get a reset on Pieces. A couple of Ohio shells clapping stern there. A little bit of damage. I wonder if Pizza has his hydro up. Zombri put some single fire torps out there. I see him changing his engines around. He must have his hydro. Yeah, he's gonna dodge those. So it does look like as if they will counter grab B here. A is a stalemate. Pulley on the south end. And that's Kelsier 3's Summers on the north end. Yep, there he is. And C also a stalemate. So right now, Zath, nobody's going nowhere.
Yeah, wake me up when something happens.
Seriously,
pitch a tent and take a nap.
right now. Even William the Danks Montana, look at this, Zath. Look at him on the eye line. He's and firing HE. He takes an HE salvo at Kelsier 1's Ohio.
And misses. That's unusual.
Now, Pieces does end up bagging B. So 07 will start to close the gap a little bit. It's only 30 points. We're only 5 minutes in, but there's a stalemating going on right now.
Pulleycat detecting Kelsier here.
Yep, Pulley's got Kelsier lit, face spotted here as he reverses into the cap. Enough to get some shells on. Yes, close enough. Enough to get some shells on Kelsier and push him off the cap circle.
Now it's worth noting the difference in concealment is like 200 meters.
It's not much. It's not much at all.
And that's how you can bump someone out with a Shima.
Yep. Doyle paying the price for moving up and getting those shots, though. He takes an Ohio salvo that takes about a third of his health away.
Just a flesh wound.
Zombri bringing in another radar on the B cap as he catches pieces of Pizza's daring running out of the southeastern edge. He's going to move back onto the cap, I think. Let's see what he does. We got to wait.
MF Jones getting into a little
there.
bit of a spat here with Amatsukaze.
Indeed, Jones is about half HP. He's actually in terms of percentage, he's the lowest ship on the board. Did he take a torpedo somewhere, you think?
No, I think he's just been shot at. I think the two destroyers detected each other. Amatsukaze did not smoke up. MF Jones did.
Zombri gets back into V very briefly, but he can't stay there because Pieces will move up and detect him and give his team shots to drive him out anyway. So he just holds his points back for a bit and then skates out. On the other, north of that, Amatsukaze continuing to reverse into C, halfway done with his cap. That would be FIM's first cap of the game, should they finally get there. Now down at A, Gaishu's Des Moines has taken up an interesting position. He's slowly worked his way down this island chain, trying to come around where he's basically going to have shots into the cap on Pulleycat.
Right.
He does have his radar up right now. They can see Pulley. No, they don't. How do they not see Pulley? He's out of range. He's about a half kilometer out of range. All quiet so far. 07 with that cap advantage. They did manage to bag A. They hold B. About a 70-point lead here with 8 minutes gone on Crash Zone Alpha. Very, very much a board control map position game so far. Nothing really catastrophic happening in terms of damage.
Yeah, I mean, no team wants to be that first ship to make that oopsie.
Nope. Now, they're pulling a Matsukaze off of C completely. Jones is back onto C. Is he in radar range of the Salem? He is not. So it looks as if 07's going to pick up C. No? Okay, they turned Matsukaze around. They pulled him way back off the cap, though. I wonder why. Gaishu now moving out around this island. Showing broadside to Doyle. Is going to take some punishment for this play. Might have to see if Williams got AP loaded. Definitely a couple of Citadels there in that salvo. William did have AP loaded. Gaishu getting hammered. Not quite sure why he did that.
I don't think he was expecting Doyle to be.
He may not have known Doyle was there. Yeah, he may not. He may not have known. Now moving up a little bit, that drove Pulicat back off the cap. It looks like they moved Zombri's Minotaur over to the top end of A. Zombri might have radared and pushed Pulley out, but it is allowing Kelsier 3 to get up here in cap. As they're trying to get Gaishu off the board here as he runs for the map edge. Down under 8K with more Montana shells still falling. I don't know the Gaishu. No, Gaishu at this point is thrown in the towel.
Yep,
he's going to work the map line, but he's not going to go dark. He's just going to keep firing.
Here comes the dank salvo.
Indeed. FIM surrendering first blood to 07 here, as 07 now moves out to nearly a 300-point lead at the halfway mark of the match.
Look at Kelsier's position in the Ohio. Really kind of getting aggressive here.
Indeed. I think maybe FIM feeling a little bit like they've got to make something happen. It's hard to disagree with them at this point.
I think Kelsier was trying to get in a position to support his teammate when Gaishu was under attack. It just took too long to get there.
Yeah, it definitely did. I think maybe there might have been some miscommunication there, or I just wasn't aware that Doyle had kind of moved up that far, but he was playing earlier like he knew exactly where Doyle was.
Mm-hmm.
Jones now spotted somehow in smoke up here at C. Might have been, you know what? I think he actually got just got hard lit and then smoked and ran.
I think he and Amatsu ran into each other again. They've been doing that all match.
I think they've been doing a little bit of that all game. Kelsier's Ohio parked in the B cap, holding down those points gains, as now FIM becomes the only team to start moving up the points total, but it's getting Kelsier focused off the board. One, two, three, four, five, 6 chips, it looks like, focused on Kelsier's Ohio right now. Every single 07 ship basically on the eastern half of the map is firing at him, and he'll be out momentarily. There he goes. Zombri radaring Pulicat down at A. They've got Pulley lit again. As Doyle's reversing. Presumably he's taking HE shots at Kelsier. I'm a little surprised he's not taking AP shots at the broadside Minotaur, but he's not at the moment. Now, while this has been going on, FAM bagged A, and they bagged C, and they're ticking up B. So despite the fact that 07 has a 2-ship lead, They are about to own no caps, although it looks as if it might be a 3-ship lead. Kelsier's getting very, very low here.
Yeah, he's gone. 2 hit
And there
points.
he goes. 2 hit
None.
points. That moves 07's lead back out to over 250 points, but again, they're not ticking up points off of caps right now.
Yeah,
What-
that
let's
level
look
of
at their-
focus fire is unreal.
Yeah, I'm looking at their board deployment. I'm kind of wondering what the deal is exactly, right? When you look at the whole map, when you look at everything, you can see FIM, they're leaving the Salem at sea, and they're pulling the Smolensk and the Summers south. The Kremlin's already there. Kazakh Imports is headed down to, is kind of rotated down towards B. Looks like he's going to take a couple torpedoes here for his trouble. At least one.
Nope.
Oh,
All
they
skill, no
ran
luck.
out. They ran out. But it does make me kind of wonder what 07's kind of what their play is now, right? Like they're not moving up points. They're in great board position in terms of ship pieces. They've killed 3 enemy ships, and they have a lead, but that's not going to do it.
Yeah, they're
Now,
getting
I will
A.
say they're going to get A now. There's nothing to stop them at A anymore. Doyle reverses into the cap. Zombrie's running north. Williams Montana pushing up as that's Polycat's Shimakaze has kind of pulled way back off the cap, staying away from the Minotaur radar. Hard to blame him.
Yep.
Seems like a good choice.
Got a quick game update. PWP wins game 2.
Okay,
So
thank
they're
you for
2-0 now.
that. Well, it's the way this game is going. We're going to 1-1, but call it yet because it's too early still.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like 07 is kind of reorienting, like they're going to try and kind of get back towards now that they've got they've got the
Oh.
bottom of the board locked up.
Yamamoto's going down.
Yeah,
He just got
Yamamoto
radared.
just got slapped. He get radared. I saw him get smacked, and there
Yep.
he goes. I say with them being able to get off, get everybody out of the A cap. They own A. They'll be able to B now, and that's exactly what we're starting to see here.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
As Pieces of Pizza and Gaming for Jesus' Des Moines have down the B cap and push Amatsukaze's Shima back out of the way. I think I'm ready to call this one, Zath.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. 07 has put FIM in the position that they themselves were in. They're upside down, too many ships, too much HP, and now it all starts to unravel.
There goes Turkish, and there goes Amatsukaze.
The
Yep.
enemy is about to win.
That's right. Less than 60 seconds on the timer here, and we'll be on to game 3. 07 looking very strong to claim game 2. They've got this. Like, this is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no opportunity for a ship kill in 30 seconds.
No. And even then, all it does is delay the inevitable. I mean, Kazakh shells coming in on Doyle. Like, they might hit Doyle pretty hard, but, I mean, are they going to kill him? No.
Nope.
No. Really solid game from 07, just maximizing that board control, pushing the pressure points, and claiming a win.
Yep.
Well, that just means, Zaf, that we're going to have at least 4 games here in the finals. That feels good.
Absolutely.
All right, guys, welcome back to the lobby. Now, why didn't that update? Oh, I know why I didn't update. Because
Did
I
you
didn't
forget
do
to hit
that.
apply?
I forgot to hit it. There's like, when a match ends, there's 3 or 4 different buttons you got to push in the little stream helper, and I flubbed all but one of them. So I got all but one of them. Anyways, there we go. All right, well, let's have a look here. Headed to, go back to the port, back to the training room here.
Sleeping Giant.
We're headed to Sleeping Giant. We've seen some fascinating games on this map leading up to this event. During the course of this event, let me tell you. We watched one earlier, right?
We did indeed.
What was it? Was Cab versus what finally killed the Cab in the A cap that they shoved in there?
Daring? I think it was a daring.
It was right. It was the torpedo.
Yep.
The torpedo slap fight.
That's right.
The Habarovsky drove through. He dodged the first salvo, and then ate the second. But right as he died, he got his last torpedoes in the water, and they killed each other. I remember now. It was a daring. We have had a bit of a change in ban lists here. Let me get an update. Let me go to the right screen here. So our ban list, very similar, very close, except not '07 for their 4th ban, not banning Worcester on this map. They have instead opted to ban
Kleber.
Kleber. So if you've watched FIM and we saw them do it earlier, right? They like running a fast destroyer into that A cap on Sleeping Giant, and now that you take Kleber off the board, you change things down to a Habarovsk. We'll probably see them take a Habarovsk, but we know they like to do that, so maybe they'll stick with that. Maybe not. They have to know by now that their opponents have studied them
Absolutely.
and know some of their tricks.
While we have a second, quick shout out to Hapafader for helping support us on our stream. He put together that survey that went out asking you, the players, who you think's going to win. And it seems like the highest prediction was 3-2, 07 over FIM. And then the next highest was 3-1, 07 over FIM. Both of those predictions are possible.
Okay, so the viewers favoring '07 in this matchup. It's kind of hard to disagree, Zath. I mean, '07 has been here. Like they've been on this stage. They've played these games. These guys, they know what this is like. I'm not going to take anything away from FIM. They're a fabulous team, but you have to maybe give a little bit of an advantage to the experience.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I mean, let's make no mistake about it. FIM will be back next season in King of the Sea, regardless of the finals. And I just can't wait to find out what their name will be.
They are famous for always having a new name like every time you see them, right?
Yeah, right.
That's kind of the running joke with these guys. Every time you see them, they have a different name. But hey, Wargaming makes doubloons every time they change their name, so I'm sure somebody's going home happy.
Absolutely. Every time we run into them in clan battles, I always say, "New clan, who dis?"
Pretty much, yeah. It is usually highly entertaining. All right, well, of course we know what map we're going to. Ship bans are done. We still take all the 12-kilometer radar off the board. So now, let's see. So that opens up FIM. They can bring Worcester again if they want. We saw them use a Smolensk Worcester death snail, as you like to call it, the old school term, earlier, but only on one side of the map. They only did that on the Charlie side of the map. They didn't do that on the Alpha side of the map. And they're the South spawn this game. They're going to be the Bravo spawn this time around.
I almost wonder, with all the times that Kleber had been banned this season, this tournament, do you wonder if both teams just kind of said, screw it, we won't even bother practicing with the Kleber?
To be honest, I mean, Kleber was easily the most banned ship on NA, without question. And I think at this point, you simply just plan your team and build your comps, not expecting to have access to it. If you have access to it and you want to use it, most of the teams that would be comfortable using it have enough experience with it that they would just go, all right, well, guys, we know how to do this. Let's do this. And they just reach into their toolbox and they pull out their Kleber and they go to town.
Right.
But I mean, at this point, yeah, you're not going to see the ship. There's too many people on NA who feel like it is grossly out of balance in small team formats, right? It's too much in one ship. The clan battles comps that we saw and we saw Sewer running this on day one, way back in Swiss, right? The 4 or 5 Klebers backed up by some battleships and usually like a cruiser somewhere. That worked for Sewer. Sewer went 5-0, but as soon as they got to the group stage, where people were able to reach in their toolbox and take that Kleber out and throw it in the trash and say, shame on you, you don't get to play that ship, they struggled. They didn't advance, did they? So I think there's a wide feeling amongst some of the NA teams that it is a crutch ship for certain teams, and they want to be able to take that crutch away and beat them over the head with it, for lack of a better way to put it. What do you think? I've been talking for a while.
What do I think about what, sir?
Kleber. We've been talking about Kleber. You've been chatting with your chat.
Oh, yes, I have been. How do you know that?
Because I see you leaned in and your fingers moving.
Oh, yeah. So I'd like to gauge my viewers as always. And there's some interesting chats going on here. There's there's somebody saying maybe Montana needs to be nerfed after watching what William the Tank's been doing in it, which is kind of funny. Like, just seeing like how people are responding to this. But about the Kleber being banned, it's really no surprise. One of the most frustrating things for a player in clan battles or any competitive environment is to be shooting at a ship that is making, turning, is essentially moving in one direction, and then within almost a split second is either moving twice as fast as they were or has completely reversed course. So I completely understand why Kleber is kind of one of the more hated ships.
It is. Her engine performance, coupled with her gun performance, coupled with her torpedo reload speed, coupled with her torpedo speed, her torpedo velocity. There's just a lot of things to hate, like packed into one ship. So she's one of those ships that people love to play, but they don't like seeing on the enemy team. At least, certainly in NA competitive. One of my commenters pointed out something that hadn't occurred to me until I just saw it, and he's right. That game we just watched is the first game that FIM has lost this King of the Sea.
Yes.
They were 9-0 coming into that game, and that's their first loss of the tournament. Now, of course, they're not out of the match, but that's their first game loss.
Right. So we talked about what's the locker room like over on 07. Question, of course, is going to be what's the locker room like over on FIM now, right? Like,
well, at this point, you're now a best of 3 series, right? Like both teams have won a game. Both teams have won a game. Like each game has been pretty convincing, right? Like FIM dominated game 1, 07 dominated game 2. Here we are going to game 3. Now what are we going to get, right? Sleeping Giant is one of those maps where we have seen just crazy things happen, right? The match that we cast, the PWP TNG2 match that we did way back in like group stage or whatever it was, might have been rounded top, might have been Sweet 16. It was Sweet 16. That game was insane. On this map, that game was nuts.
Yes, it was.
I'm looking to see both teams coming into this map on this game on this map. They're 2-0. So they both played this map in other matches coming up to this, and neither team has lost on this map yet. So somebody's about to go home disappointed. All right, FIM had a computer. They had somebody duck out, do a computer boot. 07's still down a player for the moment, so we got a few more minutes to kill in between games here. I'm really enjoying the series so far, Zath. I mean, it feels the games they felt kind of steamrollery-ish, but only past a certain point, right? Once you build up that critical momentum, that kind of critical velocity in terms of getting ahead of your opponent's health pool, it's a very quick downhill slope. But getting to that point is challenging and requires you to make smart plays.
Absolutely right, yeah. I'm loving the fact that this isn't like clearly one team dominating the other. Both teams are clearly respecting each other. They both know that they've each earned their way into these finals. But one of them's going to continue and one of them's going to stay. Well, they're both going to continue, right? Technically.
Right. But everybody here gets to play an international event next weekend. And let's talk about that for a minute. So next weekend, and correct me, the start time is... You know the start time, don't you?
No, I don't yet. Happa might know.
All right, but you're gonna be casting this, right? You're gonna be. I will not be a part of the.
Yeah, I'm really excited to announce that, guys. I told my viewers that there would be a very special, spicy announcement today.
Do it.
And that announcement is you are looking at the guy right here who is going to be casting the finals for King of the Sea internationally with Asia next weekend on Saturday.
Now, as I understand it, you have spoken to a co-caster, but that's not a done deal yet, so we won't announce that, right?
Correct. We're not sure who it is, but I mean, unfortunately, it can't be you. Which this is going to be interesting because this will be the first time that I'm actually casting the finals without you. You're the one who's typically casting the finals, so bit of a difference there, huh?
It will be. But next weekend is Easter. It's my wife's birthday. It's not going to work, right? We're now on our 3rd straight weekend of King of the Sea, so she's ready for a break, and if I'm honest, I am too.
The international finals are Saturday the 11th of April, starting at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time. Now, There might be a plus or minus 1 hour there just because of the time change. That kind of caught us a little bit off guard today. So that might happen. We'll have to see. But for me, that's 9:30 p.m. Central Time, which means it's going to be a late night.
Yes, very late. They're asking if we're ready. Are we ready to go, Zath?
I think so.
All right, guys. Let's get this underway. We will see you on Sleeping Giant in a few minutes.
A colossal battle between opposing fleets will soon unfold here amongst the waters of the East China Sea. The residents of these islands will shortly bear witness to the thunder and flash of combat, and only one team will sail away victorious. This is Sleeping Giant. Sleeping Giant is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and C is on the right. Cap A on the left, or the Thunderdome, is fraught with danger. With only 2 ways in and hard cover nearly all the way around, it's easy for ships to get trapped inside the cap without support. Stealthy destroyers can sometimes sneak away, but it's much more difficult for other ships. In the center, Capture Area B is just as perilous. Completely open with plenty of spaces for radar cruisers to hide nearby without being spotted, it's commonly left uncaptured until the mid and late game. Cap C on the right is riddled with islands that provide plenty of cover for destroyers to slip in and pick up the cap, unless enemy ships are able to get better firing angles into the cap from the center or along the 10 line. "18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. General quarters, captains, it's time to play Sleeping Giant."
General quarters.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 of the North America here of King of the Sea 10, looking at 07 versus FIM here on Sleeping Giant. 07 coming to the dance again with the double Montana, double Des Moines, Zath, and Henri Katrim, and a Yoshino, Daring, and double Shimakaze.
Yeah, that is quite the diverse lineup, something that we haven't seen yet. I'm excited to see Henri in here. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we have FIM running Ohio, Kremlin, Worcester, Venezia, Smolensk, Summers, Double Daring, Kaba, and a bit of a tournament update for you, Raptor. Cuter is out.
PWP went 3-0, did they?
Correct.
All right, then. That is unfortunate for Cuter.
But like you said, they will be playing next weekend, correct?
Indeed, they... No, Cuter's out.
Oh, okay.
PWP won the 3rd place game.
Yes.
They'll be playing next weekend.
Roger.
All right, now both teams on Triple Destroyer. FIM bringing the Habarovsk again, as we are used to seeing them do. That's not unusual. They'll shove him into A very quickly. They like to bring a Kleber for this duty, but with the Kleber on the ban list, they'll do it with a Khabarovsk instead. And 07, of course, not... They pay attention. They know that FIM is going to do this, so I'm sure they have some kind of plan to deal with it when the time comes. The Daring is playing the middle of the map. That's Pieces of Pizza. The 2 Shimakazes, MF Jones and Pullicat headed wide. As we've got the Summers well south of C, that's Kelsier 3. Amatsukaze's Daring working the bottom end of B, opposite of Pieces of Pizza. As of course we were just talking about the cab, he'll be headed into A momentarily.
Yep, 07 has to know this is going to happen. So, how do they defeat the cab?
Well, now Zath, we talked about earlier, like we didn't see Venezia in the lineups of either team last game, right? And here we are on Sleeping Giant, and FIM has brought a Venezia. Now I find that a little interesting.
Yep, Doyle with a very early radar, knowing that the Kaba is probably coming in.
They're trying to beat up this Kaba that they know is here. They expect this play, so they're trying to get as much pain out of it as they can. They push the Henri, the Shima, and the early radar. They push those guys really wide to try and get as much damage in on this Cab as they could. They do knock him down to about half HP. He's putting up a heal, but even Pieces is shelling him with the Daring from the middle of the map. And the Des Moines from way past that. Oh my goodness, Zath.
Saw that. There's that AP full pen.
Potato potato quality reaching out and just doing horrible things to this. I think Zath FIM might be paying a bit of a price for being too predictable here.
Mm-hmm.
Down to 350 HP, a single shell. There it is.
There he goes.
The Habarov's gambit is over.
As somebody plays O Fortuna. I mean, the music's
Seriously.
been on point this game, this whole tournament.
Seriously, that was brutal, Zath. That was brutal. Their whole team was ready for that play, and they just crushed it. It allows MF Jones's Shimakaze to come off the 2-line where he'd been kind of hanging out with Khabarovsk and go right into A. His merry way, all by himself, totally unmolested by anybody, really. Now, here's something we haven't seen yet. Zath, Gaishu is in a daring. We've been seeing him play Cruiser today. It's the first time we've seen him in a Destroyer.
That is a good point. Didn't catch that before. Thanks for noticing.
The Venezia shells Venezia SAP not really doing much to the deck of Doyle's Des Moines.
No.
I mean, Doyle's burning, but like I would expect the SAP to pen his deck more, but it's not really happening.
Well, let's see where those shells are hitting. Yeah, they're hitting on the turrets. They're hitting on the first and second turret.
Interesting. Well, A will belong to 07 momentarily. Cap, 5 minutes gone as Pizza and Amatsukaze trading shells across the B cap here. Team's ticking up at the cap. There's the FIM Death Snail on the southeastern corner of the C cap.
Yeah, we haven't been watching what's been going on over there because so much has been going on over at A.
We don't really have any. They don't have anything to shoot at, Zath. With their summers, with Kelsier 3 in the cap, all those islands in the way, they have nothing to shoot at. They have no vision on that side of the map.
So it's
They
great
have
that
lost sight of.
they're just
Go
kind of
ahead.
sitting in this one little smoke circle, but they got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, they got nothing to do with it right now. They had lost sight of Doyle. He'd been steadily pulling back here. He's on about half HP, but he's trying to get out, trying to make it so the Venezia shells can't land on him, basically, is the main thing. Some Ohio shells from across the map landing in that vicinity, but Doyle only taking maybe a few thousand damage, nothing major. Pieces of Pizza dumping torps now in the direction of Kelsier 3's Summers, who has now kind of exited that gap, coming through the channels from the C cap. Now the two surviving FIM destroyers now working the bottom end of the B cap. Not in the cap, but just in the vicinity.
Well, about to get in the cap, but of course they're saving my virginity with the Des Moines. We're just waiting.
I'm trying to wait and see if it's on the radar. Pieces of Pizza's got some torpedoes coming in, but it looks like he's in a really... Yep, he's got those dodged handily. No problem.
Here comes the radar.
Here comes the radar. They've got eyes now on Kelsier. At least push him off the cap and allow 07 to go on building up this lead they've set for themselves. He smokes up so he doesn't have to take return fire from Amatsukaze's Daring or from Yamamoto's Smolensk, who has kind of come back from his position way over on the 9 line and is able to contribute.
But he definitely took some damage for this.
Now, we talked about Gaishu being a destroyer earlier. He's coming into the cap. He's coming in here after Jones's Shimakaze.
This seems a little reckless.
Well, Jones put up his smoke. I guess they realize they have to make a play, but at the moment, Jones is trading decently with the Shimakaze guns, but he does go out, but it costs Gaishu his ship.
What a
so
trade.
they trade, but that's going to leave 07. 07 retains control of the cap. The A cap so far is at this game is a destroyer graveyard.
Yeah. Well,
Three of them have gone
before.
in. None of them have left.
We mentioned before about the importance of holding A cap. Both teams know that's the crux of this whole map.
Doyle looks like he didn't take a Venezia torp, and he is. As he now turns, looks like he's going to get into this cap. As Amatsukaze's Daring is coming up the 4 line, looks like he's trying to get into there as well.
I mean, at some point,
They've
FIM's
got
going
eyes
to run
on
out of
Doyle.
destroyers.
Oh, Doyle takes a massive Venezia AP salvo. Just getting hammered by the Venezia AP. Here comes another one, but I don't think this one's going to be quite as good. Now he only gets about a 3K out of that one, but now he's in a gunfight with a Matsukaze daring across this island. Zath A has been a bloodbath this match.
Not over yet.
It's not over yet. Doyle goes out to the Daring's AP. That frees a Matsukaze up to finally cap A, and just like that, FIM is back in this game. They're only 60 points down, and they've reclaimed that early ship loss that they had.
Yeah, this is turning out to be an amazing battle.
Uh-oh. PQ. Oh, no. Those salvos are going in on... Those salvos going in on the Venezia?
Snoozing Mako, yeah.
What in the hell? The range on that salvo is insane. Look at that.
28 kilometers.
But what's interesting about this, Zath...
Yes.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm an idiot. I just realized that just like before, FIM actually, they technically brought 4 destroyers to this match.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, my brain doesn't think of the Khabarovsk as a destroyer, but of course the game treats it as one.
Right.
Well, they now own A and B. They've surrendered control of C, as there's that Pulikat Shimakaze rotating back over there to pick up C, just like their match against PWP. This game has been just, the cap control has been constantly shifting. I think each cap has changed hands at least once, if not twice.
Oh, absolutely. And it's really hard. This is one of those games that's really hard for casters to keep an eye on what's going on because there's just so much going on.
Matsukaze has found himself a great position to can contribute to the HE spam down potato quality here north of C, excuse me. Smolensk, Worcester, and Daring all just dropping shells on PQ all day long. Pulikat now touching back onto the B cap here. Kelsier Summers opposite him on the southwestern edge.
I mean, look at the points even. They're just so close.
Yeah. We're across the halfway mark of the match, and 07 has a lead, but it's 20 points, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Although Kazakh import is not looking too good.
I was just fixing to point out that Kazakh has been taking a little worse for the wear here, down under 10, basically 10,000 HP. And just like pieces of pizza, just like Matsukaze was shelling potato quality, pieces of pizza has been shelling Kazakh. Kazakh's on at least 2 fires.
Yeah, this little spot right there, it looks safe on the minimap. Not so much.
Yanri has been doing good work. Even William is firing HE at him right now. BFK has been playing the Henri all along the 1 line like a champ all game. Now Matsukaze has shifted his daring spam over to William. So he's literally just sitting in the A cap, lobbing shells at these islands. Yeah, they can't even see him. They have no visibility. Think this might be Kazakh's game. There he goes.
There it is. Potato
PQ
quality
from
with the dunk.
downtown. That's right. PQ from downtown seals the deal. 07 reclaims his ship lead. But you see how both of these teams wanted to use this cap, Zath. Like, Matsukaze's in there just free to do whatever he wants with that island cover.
Kelsier might take a torp here if he's not too careful. He's not careful enough, I should say.
He's gonna...
Just
he's got it.
dodged.
Woo, that was close. Somehow they've got pulley lit. I can only assume it's from Zombrie's Worcester radar to the south. Okay, pulley's dark now. They are going to drive. They kind of pushed him out of that position. 07 with the lead, but FIM closing the gap. Less than 100 points separating these two teams. 7 minutes to play on Sleeping Giant.
It's interesting how both teams have kind of... Like, C really hasn't been the crux of this battle. It's all been A, with a little bit in the middle, too. But
yeah,
B and C are just been sidelined.
Look, the number of ship corpses in and around the A cap, right? There's 3 destroyers, a cruiser, and a battleship. Every ship that has died, Zath, has died at or near the A cap.
Mm-hmm.
Kelsier putting torpedoes downrange, looking again for Pulley. Pulley trying to reverse back into that position he had a minute ago just to deny the B cap. He's going to be able to do it. The torpedoes are not close enough. And so now PQ is in a position where it looks like he's going to move up and try to get shots on Zombrie's Wooster. In my mind, Zath, that Wooster position is probably the biggest threat they have on the board right now.
Mm-hmm.
If they can get Zombrie out of there, it's going to free them up in a lot of different ways.
Meanwhile, BFK is starting to come into A, realizing that he's probably got a good shot at it.
He does indeed. Although we saw what Mako did to the last 07 crew that broadsided trying to get into the cap.
Oh, look at that SAP salvo.
Solid SAP salvo there from the Venezia. It looks as if 07's going to try this, but he's going to wait until the last possible second to make the turn. He's waiting for the next Venezia salvo, I'm guessing. Or no, are they just going to push him up and around? It's another 10K out of the SAP. Yeah, they're just pushing. BFK is just pushing up. They're sending William in. William's right behind him.
Yep. So BFK was mainly just to get all the torps and stuff out of there.
Yep. Draw some fire. As William will be going in now into the A cap, point blank with the daring. Less than 30 points between these two teams. 5 minutes to play here in Game 3. Once again, the A cap remains the center focus. Matsukaze using the island cover. Pulleycat taking shots on him. Pieces of Pizza's very low. They get him. That flips the lead. FIM moves out to their first lead of the game. Williams steps onto A. That stops those points from continuing. But I'm not sure BFK can beat this Venezia. I think the SAP is going to shred him, Zap.
Yeah, meanwhile, Dank just had a Dank salvo on Amatsukaze.
Oh, he does. He put about 5K into him, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Here come the torpedoes. William knows these are coming.
Matsukaze's done. Potato quality.
PQ killing a destroyer in the cap again. William's going to take one in the bow, one in the bow. So they're going to pick up A, but it's going to cost them BFK as they do reclaim the lead again with 4 minutes to play. But there it flips back with BFK's death.
What a bloodbath.
Down to the wire here, Zath. What a total bloodbath the A-cap has been in this match. William cannot see. Can he see Kelsier? Yeah, he can. He can now, anyway. He knows the Summers is in there. The Summers now comes in to stop the points gain. 07 now the only people taking up caps on the strength of their C cap. The other two caps are contested. PQ moving up into the C cap, trying to get some cover. That's the Smolensk down on the backside of that island. But in a moment, Kelsier will be into the C cap, and everyone's points gains will cease.
Look at this. Dank is expecting Kelsier to come out the other side of the island. Kelsier just completely surprising him. That's it for Dank.
Dank's going out. He won't even get a salvo off.
Nope, he knows it too.
Yep.
Brilliant play there. Now we can add a battleship to the list of corpses in A.
Indeed. A now firmly in the control of FIM. There's no contest over there. 07 kind of gasping for air here, trying to find a path to victory, but it's going to be very, very difficult for them. They're way upside down on health. They lack board control. This is going to be tough.
Absolutely, yeah.
Even if they can get back in, they're continuing to hit, saving my virginity. They're continuing to hit him even in the smoke.
Yeah, virginity's just getting pounded.
Pulley wants to get back in there and stop the points at B. He is. They're both of them stopping. They're trying to cap B, but all FIM has to do is hold on. 2 minutes to play.
Look at the battleship duel over at C here. Here comes a ram by Potato Quality.
Is he going for the ram?
Oh, he is, absolutely.
He is. Well, that at least allows them to keep earning points. The Yoshino now holding the cap as they flip B, but it's not enough, Zaf. They have to have a kill. They have to have a kill.
1 minute and 40 seconds left.
Less than 2 minutes in the game. 07 now owns enough caps to slowly overtake, but FIM within 100 points of victory here.
Is Virginity
Saving by
going down?
Virginity's Des Moines. Yeah, look at him. He's on 2,500 HP. He can't afford to be spotted. Anything can kill him at this stage. Pulley making a play, getting in a gunfight with the the Summers, trying to get him off the board. Even if they do get him off the board, all they can do is get in there and slow the points down. It's going to cost Pulley his ship. When if they lose Pulley here, that's the game. 41 hit points. 41 hit points. A single shell. It's coming in.
That's it.
It is. Even if they get the Summers with that final gasp, it doesn't matter. FIM's got this game, Zath. I don't think 07 can get onto A in time, and that's all they have to do, but they can't get there. They only have 2 ships left.
45 seconds.
It's not going to happen. FIM's going to win game 2.
What a game.
What an amazing game this was. You go back, you look at the first 3 minutes of the game, you think 07, on the upper hand. They're ready for that Cabo play. They punish him. That amazing potato quality salvo, just wrecking him in the A-cap from across the map, and then for it to end like this, to have come so, been ready and still not be able to make it.
Yep, Virginity using radar, trying to catch the Summers off guard, but he's not going to allow himself to get killed.
Nah, there's no need for him to even come out from behind the cover. Behind those rocks all day long. Solid win for FIM here in game 3 as they go up 2-1 on defending champions Devastating Strike. Woo! Well, the first 2 games were pretty much kind of quiet, calm, mild-mannered steamrolls one way or the other. That game was a barroom brawl, Zath.
But it took a long time for that. Well, actually, no, it didn't. It started right off the bat, actually. What am I thinking? I'm thinking the last game.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, that game, the A-cap was just a bloodbath, an utter bloodbath. Not wasting any time, already looking at ship bans for game 4 as we head to Northern Waters.
Now, Northern Waters is one of those newfangled maps that I think a lot of teams are still trying to figure out. So this will be neat to see what 2 top-tier teams do with that map.
Agreed. First 3 ship bans for this game are the same as before. 07 contemplating their final ship ban now. They banned Kleber last game, waiting to see what they ban for their final ban this time around. It's always a privilege to cast teams of this quality, Zath. It always is.
Absolutely.
It's so much fun. Well, we've got a minute here. We're waiting on 07's final ship ban here. I want to stop and thanks to everybody for tuning in today. The organizers and the admins and the players and everybody, it takes a lot to put on a tournament like this. And we love that when we do it when we showcase the event on Twitch, that people show up and they want to watch and they want to cheer for their favorite teams, or as we get to the international events, they want to cheer for their server, right? And we really appreciate you guys tuning in, having a good time, hanging out with us, blowing up ships, sharing a tasty adult beverage, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a video game. That's what it's all about. If you're not having fun, why are you playing? So, all right, we're back to Worcester for a ban here.
Oh, interesting.
We've skipped off of Kleber. We're back to banning Worcester. So, 07 going back to the same ban list they ran in game 1 and 2. No, just game 1. Right? Hang on a minute. We pulled up the ban. No, yeah, it was just game 1. No, it was game 1 and 2. The game 1 and 2 they banned Worcester. They banned Kleber. Now, that's it. Okay. All right. All right. It looks as if, of course, you mentioned the other third place game is completed. PWP is our third place team now, so they will be moving on with these 2 teams to face off against the top 3 Asia teams, the international event next Saturday. Zath, what was did we have the start time again? I forget.
Yeah, it is 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, which, like I said, it might be
9:30 p.m. Central. Okay.
right. It might be off by an hour. We'll double check, of course, but expect to be somewhere around there, guys. And remember, tuning in gets you that special King of the Sea container for watching for 1.5 hours.
That's right. Now, the beauty of all of that is that, of course, you'll be here next weekend doing all of that, and that's gonna be awesome. I'll have to tune in. I'll have to tune in and watch. It can be good.
Oh, you're more than welcome to, man. I'd love to get some feedback from you as a viewer. And I'd like to echo for Sec Raptor what he's saying. You know, it definitely means a lot to us that you guys are all watching, that you're all enjoying this. I've been watching my chat just blowing up at what's been going on with our game, and I know there's casters that were casting the other games, Cuter versus PWP, on the other side of the bracket. So, like Raptor said, there's an awful lot of people involved in order to make this happen. I have a feeling that we're going to spend some time to acknowledge those people before we cut the stream for the day, but seriously, it does mean a lot that so many of you guys are spending your time on a Saturday evening now to hang out with all of us.
We appreciate it, guys. And go ahead.
So, I was gonna say, there's somebody commented #better than football. Well, considering that there is no football right now, you're not wrong.
Guys, think about it. We live in a world now where esports is outviewing real sports. Why? There is no real sport. I was going to say the easiest, simplest way to make sure that you're able to watch the international event next weekend, throw Zath a follow, throw the main World of Warships channel a follow, make sure that you're able to do that, and then you will be able to make sure you get the little live, hey, Zath's going live notice, and then you'll know to come on in and hang out and have a good time.
Yep, and you're welcome to, if you don't mind me touting for a sec, you're welcome to follow my Twitter page. It's my handle is just @LordZath, but no underscore because Twitter doesn't allow underscores or spaces. So @LordZath, and then you'll see all of the amazing death picks I've been taking from this tournament, as well as from previous replay streams and stuff.
Yes, indeed.
You ready to go, sir?
Yeah, I'm letting them know. I've asked them to give us the count as well, just to make it makes our lives easier. But yeah, guys, definitely throw everybody classy.
All right, let's get into this.
Everybody's ready up. Yeah, let's do this.
In the southern Arctic Ocean lies an archipelago of Caledonian granite. Frigid and foreboding, these frozen rocks and sparse fauna will shortly become unwilling witnesses to the rigours of naval combat. This is Northern Waters. Northern Waters is a 42 by 42 kilometre domination style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The Alpha cap is on the left, Bravo is in the centre, and Charlie is on the right. Capture Area Alpha is isolated from the map's centre by 2 large islands along the eastern edge. These islands provide limited cover for radar cruisers who may want to deploy nearby, while a narrow channel connects the cap to the middle of the map. In the centre, Cap Bravo contains hard cover in the centre for intrepid destroyer captains hoping to secure control. Just like the Alpha cap though, there are islands along the eastern edge that provide at least some cover for radar cruisers to defend from. The scattered islands in and around Cap Charlie create challenges on both offence and defence. Not only do they constrict the movement of battleships in the area, they provide places for lighter units to take shelter behind and launch ambushes from. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Northern Waters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 4 American Finals. This is do or die for 07 as they are down a game. FIM currently in the driver's seat. Zath, talk to me about the FIM lineup.
Oh my god, I was just noticing Yamamoto is in a Des Moines. We've seen him in Smolensk so much. But we've got Ohio, Kremlin, double Des Moines, Venezia, Smolensk. Guys shooting a Smolensk this time. Daring, Shimakaze, and of course the Z52. I'm so excited to see a Z52.
Check it out, baby. Look at that. All right, we'll have a look over the 07 lineup. Now, they've actually cut a destroyer, which is something I don't know that I would have expected from them on this map. Double Montana, triple Des Moines, Hindenburg, Venezia, Summers, and Shimakaze. They are basically going to give away the B cap. They simply don't even care about it, which I guess ultimately kind of makes sense because the Z52 on FIM's lineup is designed to sit in there and hold it with that 6-kilometer hydro and just be like, yeah, what are you going to do? Get in here? I don't think so.
Absolutely. It's also got relatively fast reloading torpedoes. The main guns aren't the greatest, but, you know, that hydro definitely accounts for a lot.
Very much so. Montana, Hindenburg, Des Moines, and Shimakaze headed to A for 7. The rest of their forces, Summers, Venezia, Montana, Des Moines, headed towards C. Now, Saving My Virginity's Des Moines is doing something a little interesting. He's reversing up to this island on the southeastern edge of the B cap. I'm not quite sure why he's reversing up that way, but that's what he's doing. A lot of these guys are playing with the fancy space camos on their ships.
You know, I was just going to comment about that earlier, and I think a big reason for that is because it hides the smoke cloud, so it's harder to determine what the speed of ships are.
It does, because you don't have the smoke. You also don't have. It's also harder to tell when ships are on fire, right?
Right.
It's that crackly blue stuff. I always hate playing against ships that use this camo because I can never tell if they're on fire or not. It's irritating.
Some early shells coming in as Virginity radars.
Yeah, looks like they're trying to push Hatsu off the cap. He wasn't really near the cap. He was, I don't know, half a click away from it or more, but that's going to push him back off to the north a bit and delay them there.
You know what's interesting is that Pizza's torpedoes actually might have made it had Virginity held a little bit longer.
Yeah, I wondered. The torpedo salvo I really liked. Brilliant. If they hadn't scared the Z52 off. But then again, he might have even has hydro up on. I don't know.
That's good. That's a good point. We don't see that. We only see when they radar.
Yep. Unfortunately, we can only... Radar is the only consumable we see when teams use from this particular view.
Which, by the way, I gotta say, it's pretty awesome that we can see that, and we now have this omnipresent, all-seeing eye view. This really helps. Hats off to Wargaming for putting all that together.
Indeed. The spectator mode in general is quite awesome. It takes a little getting used to, but it works very well. Four minutes gone. MF Jones bagging the A-cap as it looks as if there's pieces of pizza. His Summers working the bottom end of C, mirrored by Matsukaze's Daring at the top end. Daring not quite on the cap, but will be momentarily. So we see 07, like, they know they have to get maximum value out of these destroyers. They don't have a choice. They only brought 2. They got to get everything they can get out of them. Gaishu setting his Smolensk up on the 10 line as Yamamoto's Des Moines coming in for close support here with Matsukaze's Daring.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do is set up a radar trap so they can get Pizza to come in, Yamamoto can radar, and then Gaishu can just open up with Yamamoto supporting too.
Well, yes and no, right? Like, Pieces has got an island there that he can sneak behind. There's the radar coming up now. He can get behind this island very quickly. He knows the Smolensk is over there. The smoke gives it away. The Des Moines has no shots. The only person with shots on him is the Daring right now. Oh, now the Smolensk is taking shots at him.
There's that little bit of lag time before the ship renders after the radar.
That's true. I half expected him to snuggle up to that island, right? If he'd have just gotten close to that island at stern, he could have just snuggled up there and been the Smolensk would have never gotten shells over it.
Now, Matsukaze made a slight mistake here. So far, he hasn't paid for it.
He did just
never
then.
mind.
He
was shooting beyond his smoke, and as soon as the smoke went away, he was spotted for 20 seconds. That was an unnecessary shot on Pizza with a butt gun, and that cost him a large chunk of his health.
Now, speaking of bad things happening, MF Jones down under about a third of his HP here over at the A-cap after successfully bagging it. He's got lots of help. It looks as if 07's play is, okay, we've capped A, we've set 2 radar cruisers here, we're going to make sure you never get into this cap again.
Yep.
That seems to be their kind of what this message they're sending here.
A is very much like the last game, Sleeping Giant. Once you catch A and you dig in, it's really hard to get out of there.
Right. They are rotating Jones to the center of the map. It looks like he's going to try and go pick up B, as Amatsukaze now back onto the cap, looking like he's going to try and pick up C. We're only about 6.5 minutes in here as 07 is working a small lead, about 70 points here. Both teams ticking up a cap. Now, it's interesting. Look at FIM's destroyer positions. They've also rotated the Shimakaze to B, and they're pulling Hatsuzuki's Z. Looks like he's headed over to A. And their Kelsier 3 is dumping torpedoes along MF Jones's line of advance. I'm sure they have him RPF'd or something.
Oh yeah, and look at the follow-up salvo from Hatsuzuki Kai as well.
Oh, saving my virginity. He's now into the cap. Look at this. He's got his stern into the bottom end of this cap here. Can they see him? They can. And there's that's where those torpedoes were going.
Yep.
Torpedoes are there for the Des Moines. They're going to push him out handily. But it doesn't matter because Jones is now into the beacon. Well. And they have no way to spot him. They have 2 radars, and their radars are kind of... One covers C very well, and the other one, I don't really think it covers A all that well. It's way back. So Jones ought to be able to pick up B and start building that lead. We'll see what happens here. See if Saving My Virginity is going to dodge all these torps. He does.
I'm sure he's fine, yeah.
Jones does pick up B. 07 starting to grow their lead here. 8 minutes gone. Now, Doyle may have pushed a little too far here. I don't know that, these guys don't really need to do much but kind of hold what they got at this stage. PQ coming under some daring spam fire here. Polycat chucking shells into that smoke, looking for a Matsukaze. FIM rotating the Z52 back to B. He left the cap, looked like he was going to A. Now it looks like they've changed their minds. It looks like he'll be back into the top end of B shortly. Kremlin salvo going in on Saving My Virginity, but a little bit of damage. Nothing catastrophic.
No, we'll be fine.
I gotta say, Zath, I really like Amatsukaze's position. See, look where he is.
Oh, I was just looking at it.
I
Absolutely.
love that position. Looks really. He's just tucked in there. No torpedoes will ever touch him there. They gotta drop shells in on him. Radar up on Hatsuzuki in the middle of the B cap now. They're getting shells on him. They're getting resets, but they can't do it forever. The Venezia is chipping in now, but that salvo falls short. Which Des Moines is that? That's BFK's Des Moines is landing shells on him.
Yep.
Crazy.
Although he's got himself tucked in now, I think he's okay.
He's tucked in pretty well. And the Kremlin is now, this Kremlin up here along the edge of the B cap, kind of outside of this island, it's Kazakh import, is now really focused on Saving My Virginity. And they're gonna struggle with this a little bit, right? Because Kazakh's also down to 2/3 HP. Again, 07 working at about 100-point lead here, halfway mark of the match. BFK's radar picks up Kelsier as he works the northwestern corner of the B cap. Shell's going out and on him, but he's too far away to pick up the Z52 in the B cap itself. Kelsier just got hammered.
Yes, he did.
FIM's destroyers are playing very well, but they're trading a lot of HP positions that they have. Kazakh now starting to get farmed. It looks as if Pulleys Hindenburg has now decided, this is my target, this is my mission. Hard to blame him, really. All that Hindenburg pen will eventually burn him out if allowed to continue.
Kelsier now going in to try to smoke him up.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something. Otherwise, he's going to lose to this Hindenburg spam. It's only a matter of time. Hindi just puts too many shells down range. Kazakh's on fire again. His torpedoes coming in. He's healing. If 07 can get this battleship off the board, that's huge. He's on double fires. He's going out. Here he goes.
As my stream is playing the Soviet national anthem.
Indeed. That gives 07 a ship lead to go with their cap disadvantage. Up about 130 points and slowly narrowing here with 8 minutes to play in game 4. Remember, 07 has to win here. This is win or go home for them. If they lose this game, their tournament is over and they're the second place team. They're in their quest to become the first repeat champion we've ever had on North America.
Did you just jinx them? Find out.
No, I doubt that. They don't need my help one way or the other, Zach. These guys are good enough. They don't need my help.
Absolutely.
All right, Jones trying to sneak onto the bottom end of B here. He should be able to do this for free. They may not know it, but pushed the Z out completely. They probably don't know, but he's not anywhere near the B cap anymore.
Oh, they do know. Hatsuzaki just took a tick.
There we go. Jones onto the bottom end of B. The Summers, that's Pieces of Pizza, was contesting C. Forced to move. He's out of Des Moines radar range, though. They're pulling Yamamoto's Des Moines off of C, and it looks like they're shuffling him to B, Zath.
Well, I think they kind of figure at this point there's not much to do over at C.
BFK with another radar picking out Kelsier. Kelsier 3 there on the western edge of the cap. Jones is going to bag this cap. They can't stop it now. No, he's going to drift out. He turned his engines on too soon, Zath. He turned his engines on too soon. He was literally seconds away from bagging it. Somehow they've got eyes on the Z-52. I have no idea how.
I know
nope,
BFK radar
guessing,
earlier.
I guessed. Possibly the Des Moines radar. I'm not sure. FIM's closing the gap. 6 minutes to play, but they're very slow because they're only ticking up one. Well, now they're not closing the gap, simply because they're not taking up points at C.
Mm-hmm.
07's destroyer play this game has been just super tight, Zath.
Well, you said they had to get a lot of mileage out of it. As Amazakaze is going to go down here. Somehow he got hit by potato quality in that smoke. Probably just a guess shot.
It's down on 2,500 HP. More shells coming in. 500 HP for Amatsukaze trying to salvage his ship as he runs out of the sea cap. He's not even spotted.
No, that's what I mean.
No eyes on him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Zath. Pieces of Pizza is dead. Gaishu has moved up way over here on the 9 line, and Pieces is going out right here.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Smolensk assassinating one of 07's destroyers. That's going to allow them to retain C. Gaishu smokes. Does he even get punished? He doesn't really.
Well, here comes the potato quality salvo.
Well, let's see. No, it looks like he might have let it.
That is definitely a punishment.
Maybe not. Down to 6K for Gaishu in the smoke, but it flips the lead, Zath. FIN now moves out to a less than 5 minutes to play. They've got like a 10-point lead and growing.
Virginity trying so hard.
Just fishing for him in that smoke, I'm sure. Well, look at Gaming for Jesus. He's decided, you know what? Forget it. We're just going to charge this guy and end this insanity. They know that Gaishu is a pressure point they have to push. If they can bag that kill, they'll be able to not only kill him and flip the lead, but then get onto the C cap and possibly retain that lead. But they got to do it. They know he's there. But Gaishu can't fire. With the Venezia this close in smoke, he'll get spotted.
That's right.
Gaishu's trying to get turned around in that smoke cloud and run north with that island. Except right now he's broadside. He's literally broadside to this guy.
He also has torps available. Matsukaze's torps are coming in now to stop the Venezia.
Jesus is about to get... Is he going to get dev struck by this
Maybe.
This daring salvo? He's going to eat 2.
1.
All right.
2.
No, he ate 2. He's not out. There he is. He's got Gaishu proxied now. Gaishu puts his torpedoes out. He's out.
Yep.
They're going to kill the Venezia. They do not. Gaming for Jesus survives. He's flooding and healing on about 14,000 HP as MF Jones gets back into the bottom end of C. That flips the lead and is probably going to allow 07 to retain control of the C cap because Matsukaze cannot get spotted over here.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do about it.
No, on 500 HP, the next thing that breathes on him, he'll just fall over dead.
So now it's up to the A group really, as Virginity once again radars at B.
It's radaring at B, I think, just to see if maybe they could sneak out some quick points, but it's not necessary now. 07 wins in 60 seconds, Zath, to force game 5 unless FIM can come up with a play. Yamamoto radaring now.
Just a
vainly
desperation
fishing.
move.
Yeah, it's a desperation radar trying to just figure out where this Venezia is. But there's no need for the Venezia to even come out from behind the island. Time ticking away. FIM looking for a pressure point. Where can they bag a kill? Where can they lengthen the game?
Yep, their only hope is Doyle.
Doyle's Des Moines is the only hope. One line. But he's on 7,500 HP. I don't think they can kill him in 20 seconds. They can't even see him right now, can they?
No, Doyle just radared.
They can. They can see him. Nope. He went dark. They lost vision on him. 10 seconds. They're going to do it, Zath. We're going to game 5. Unless we're looking for one of these massive cross-map salvos, but it's not coming. There it is. 07 claims game 4. Going to game 5. Woo! I gotta say, Zath, that play by Gaishu to come around the corner and surprise Pieces of Pizza and just literally annihilate him was so well done.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly the kind of thing that you can get away with when you're spending all your time on the other side of a rock, just like Pizza was doing his job, but there's nobody over there to see the cruiser coming, right? It's not like Smolin scout spots him, but with all that cover, it allows him to sneak in close. So that was a brilliant play, and Gaishu almost got away with it. Almost. Woo! All right, flipping back sides here as we head to game 5 on Sea of Fortune for all the marbles.
And Haru, Stalin, Mosfa, Wooster.
They did it. They stuck with this again. Let me pull it up.
So, despite being able
right.
to do ship bans each game, that's really only changed like once or twice.
It hasn't made that much of a difference, and honestly, I feel I'm not really surprised, right? Like once you decide you want to take a weapon out of a team's toolbox, you probably don't really want to change their mind. The ship bans is something that the NA organizers, I think, really wanted to experiment with this time around. And I said this earlier, like we had so much success with this during Fight for the Flagship last August. The teams loved it, the viewers loved it, we loved it as casters. And so they added it to the King of the Sea rule set on NA, and of course Asia doing the same thing this time around. It's worked out really well. Oops, hang on, forgot to set the next map. I knew I was going to forget something. I always forget something. There we go. All right, so let's start you over again. There we go. But I think this was not something that I had considered. When I read the rule set and the rules for NA said, okay, ship bans for the semifinals and the finals aren't done by match. They're done by game by game by game. I thought, really? Are you sure you want to do that? That just seems, I don't know. I'm not sure people are going to take advantage of that. Doesn't seem like it seems like that's been the case, right? Like that doesn't seem like teams are really taking advantage. So, I mean, will that be something that carries over? I don't know. How the video didn't. They did this to me last time.
Tell you what,
Alright, let's try
chat
this
is
one more
just
time.
loving that game. Like so much chatter.
That was a great game, Zath. That was
Yeah.
a great game. But everybody in the chat room now is basically ready for this to be done so they can get dinner. And I'm not gonna lie, Zath, I'm ready myself. It's been a long day.
We got pizza
been a
in the
long
oven.
day.
We're ready to go.
All right.
So probably about an hour from now, we'll be sitting on some wonderful Chicago deep dish.
I'm kind of jealous. Is it Giordano's?
No, it's Gino's East. It's one of the frozen pizzas because, you know, of course, social distancing and all that. But
Right. Well,
we-
but almost surely all the pizza places are open, right? Handing out pizzas, delivering pizzas.
yes, but we've got a special way that we can make it now. We add a little bit of bruschetta, depending on how you pronounce it, on top of it, and it just kind of filters in as it bakes, and it's beautiful.
Very nice. I remember. Was it Gino's where we went when I was there?
No, we went to
out for pizza?
Giordano's.
Okay, that's what I remember. Okay, I was making sure my memory wasn't faulty.
Asking if we are ready.
Let's see. Yeah, I think so. All right, guys. It looks as if we're gonna go right into the next game. Very little delay. So, guys, we will see you on the Sea of Fortune.
Somewhere between the shores of France and England, this critical battlefield is the stage for a clash of enemy fleets. This idyllic setting will soon be shattered by the thunder of guns and flash of explosions, as only one fleet can be victorious. This is Sea of Fortune. Sea of Fortune is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 3 cap points running a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and C is on the right. The A cap is surrounded by islands, but offers virtually no cover from within the cap itself. Those islands provide plenty of places for radar cruisers to conceal themselves, making aggressive destroyer plays for the cap early in a game frequently suicidal. A narrow passage links Cap A and Cap B in the center. There are only 4 ways in and out of the B cap, 1 in each cardinal direction, and no cover inside. Cap C is possibly the easiest cap for destroyers to contest, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. Wide open to the north and south with a connecting passage to B cap in the west, ships caught in C by enemy radar have nowhere to hide. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Sea of Fortune.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Game the North American here in King of the Sea 10. That's right, we've gone all the way to the wire, both teams playing their guts out, and we've gone all the way to Game 5, winner take all. 07 zoning in on the north side here of Sea of Fortune, coming to the dance with double Montana, triple Des Moines, Hindenburg. We've seen a very similar lineup from them before. Adding to that, Venezia, Daring, and Shimakaze.
Yeah, and over on the FIM side of things, we got Ohio, Kremlin, double Des Moines, Venezia, double Smolensk this time, and now we're down to 2 destroyers as well, Summers and Daring.
Indeed, both teams opting to drop to double destroy here on Sea of Fortune. It kind of makes sense, right? Like, Sea of Fortune is one of those maps where you just don't feel like locking a destroyer in to the B cap all game is worthwhile. Something else we're seeing for the first time here, Zath, right? We're used to seeing Zombie in a Minotaur. We saw him earlier in a Worcester. Now here we're seeing this iteration of Zombie in a Smolensk.
This iteration.
This iteration, he continues to evolve, Zath. He continues to evolve.
But what's his final form, though?
I don't want to know, man. It's a Minotaur
Oh my God.
with 700 guns on it, probably.
Can you imagine if his final form was Colbert?
I never considered that. That's horrifying. That's horrifying.
Also, I need to apologize for a moment to my chat for spoiling, I guess, the result of Game 4. I've been telling them when we drop so they have an idea of how long until the game actually starts. So I told them Game 5 started before Game 4 ended. They're like...
Oh, no! You're not supposed to do that, Zap!
Yeah, we all knew 07 was winning anyway at that point.
Well, you know, it's funny to note that we didn't spend that long in the training room between games, right? We were like what minutes, and it was like, let's get this done.
And I think that was kind of the reason I had sent it, was I wanted them to know, don't get up, you know, like game 5 starting pretty quick here.
Now let's talk for a minute about FIM. We saw FIM play this map earlier. They played it with Worcester Smolensk kind of death snail up the one line. They can't do that this time. No, Worcester's on the ban list. And so they've opted for Gaishu in a Des Moines, sticking with the Smolensk on that flank, Turkish backing them up in the Des Moines as before. So all of that's the same, with the exception of Gaishu's in a different ship. Starting to see now.
Matsukaze discovered by radar by Virginity.
Indeed. Virginity pops his radar there, gets up to Kaze. Lot of shells coming in on saving my virginity here. Holy Cat backing him up. They lose Virginity briefly, but he comes back up again. I'm not sure how he's spotted. Probably through the Kremlin, I'm guessing. Virginity looks like he's trying to go dark as he turns towards this island, but they've still got him lit. They can still see him. Zap, there's a Kremlin salvo coming in. This could be catastrophic. It's not. He takes about 5K there. And here comes the Ohio salvo as well, which goes right past him. So it looked like he was trying to swing wide, but that has failed. Now he's trying to duck inside, but I don't think it's going to matter. He's under 10K. They're going to kill him, Zaf. Yeah, he's going out right here. He's trying to heal, but he's on less than 1,000 HP.
And
there it goes.
Virginity gets popped.
Indeed. First kill of the game just like that, going to FIM. Kind of harkens back to the game. What was it, game 3, where 07 did that to... No, it was game 2, wasn't it? No, it was game 3. It's game 3 where 07 did that to FIM with that Habarovsk play at A on Sleeping Giant.
Yes. MF Jones took a bit of a hit there, looks like. Maybe a torpedo or something?
They traded their Des Moines for a ton of HP on Amatsukaze, and they pushed Amatsukaze off the cap. Will allow Pizza to get in and cap. Jones, yeah. Is he radared in there? Or are they just fishing for him? I don't know.
They're just fishing for him at this point.
Might have taken a torp, but he's got the cap now. 07 picks up C.
No, I think, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he got butt spotted.
Doyle coming in with the radar at B, allowing them to spot Amatsukaze. Doesn't have a lot of maneuvering room down there.
Speaking of no maneuvering room, take a look at Pizza at A. He's about to take a torp.
Pizza does take one in the stern. He'll repair that and then pop that little fancy daring heal that allows him to recoup some of those HP. As Amatsukaze had healed, was up to about 11,000 or so. Now at least 2 ships are dropping shells in on him while he's under radar. Very quickly, 07 will be able to recoup that early deficit by owning all of the caps, Zaf.
Right.
Trying to figure out what FIM is going to do kind of in response to this loss of board control. Amatsukaze is on 2K and burning.
Yep.
I don't think they'll get him, but he's going to drop probably down to about 1,000 HP or so before that fire finally goes out.
He's trying to heal through it now.
Both FIM destroyers, Zaf, are horribly gutted. Look at them.
What happened to Kelsier?
I have no idea, but look at the guy. He doesn't have a heal.
Nope.
That's all he gets. Amatsukaze pops a heal, is back up to 4K at least. He's got a little bit of breathing room, but goodness. I'm not sure what they did to Kelsier, but he just got hammered. Six and a half minutes gone here on Sea of Fortune. 07 with complete board control despite losing one of their Des Moines very early here. Way over on the 3 line. Now we're starting to see the FIM push roll up the 2 line with the kind of the doom snail, right? The Des Moines, the Smolensk, all this sort of thing.
Guy just got smacked in the face by potato quality, though.
He did. PQ is under a tremendous amount of HE spam, but he's not letting it get to him. He's continuing to fight back. smacking Gaishu in the face with his AP. Probably about to do the same again, or at least either hit him or Turkish. Not sure who he can see. Who can he see? No one. Gaishu's got hard cover from the island. Turkish is doing the spotting, actually. PQ just went dark. Well, he did. He fired in there, so they've got him again. They've got 5 ships headed to A, so it looks as if FIM's going to make their first cap inroads over here at A. But they're kind of very balanced on a razor's edge, Zath. Either one of these destroyers gets spotted, they're going to lose points that they can't afford to give up.
No, absolutely not.
07's on a 200-point lead and growing here. FIM still not into A. They're close, but they're not quite there.
Well, Turkish I don't think is willing to pull out just yet, because if he does, Potato Quality can dunk on him.
Yeah, Turkish not willing to go into the cap. They're letting Kazakh take the brunt of the hate right now. He gets a salvo off on Pulikat's Hindi. Some chip damage. Kazakh doing the lion's share of the work right now, but I'm willing to bet Amatsukaze. No, Amatsukaze was in there with him, or I thought he was going to be, but he's not. He turned to the inside. He's running into the inside gap here like he's B cap.
Yeah, I wonder if they caught a glimpse of Doyle.
Maybe that's a ballsy play. Doyle's still in radar range. Nope, I lied. Amatsukaze is just using this channel. Well, either way, even if he can get onto this cap without being, even if they're radared, they won't have shells on it.
Yeah,
right? He's got a spot over here.
Pulikat with the brilliantly timed reset on Kazakh.
Did they get a reset?
Got a full reset on him. Yep, twice now.
Pulikat showing why I like Hindenburg so much. Just doing really good work here. Getting resets on Kazakh as Turkish is now in the cap finally. Matsukaze trying to reverse into B. MF Jones now is in the top end of B. These guys are both about to discover that somebody's in this cap. Yeah, neither side has any vision on the other. Jones pushed out here to get torpedoes on Kelsier.
Doyle going up with the radar. They know Amatsukaze's there.
They know where Amatsukaze is now, but it may not do them any good. Jones looks like he's also radared. No, those shells are going over his head. They're continuing to focus Potato as 07 builds their lead to 350 points as we approach the halfway mark of the match.
Look at Kelsier 3's position in the Summers. Look how far up he's pushed.
That is very, very gutsy. All by himself, way up here on the D line, trying to get torpedoes in on BFK. Well, they know where Amatsukaze is. They don't not able to do anything about it right now. Either he or Kazakh does finally step back onto B. Looks like, yep, that is Amatsukaze. Kazakh's just chilling out in that gap. Kazakh's going to take some torpedoes.
Maybe.
Daring. Well,
nope.
no, he pulled his engine up.
Brilliant dodge right there.
Conga line doesn't get there. As FIM swarms through the A cap, trying to move to the center of the map, where they now need to make a play. Well, they're going to cap B. Let's see what happens here. BFK seeing torpedoes go by, knows there's one of those, knows the Summers is now north of him, hilariously, or at least due west of him. Sorry, due east. Got Jones caught out here. Jones is going to take a torpedo.
Oh!
That's huge. That's huge. It's a huge kill.
That is. They didn't know he was there. Those torpedoes were aimed at BFK.
They were. They missed.
I gotta think that salvo was spotted by BFK. At least some of those torpedoes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a huge misplay, I think. That narrows the gap a bit. Well, a bit. It is still about 350 points. Ticking the other way. 07 upside down 2 ships. Still trading well. They are up on health, believe it or not. as FIM swarms into the B cap and now basically just has to hold what they have to kind of have a really good shot at winning the game as the Yamamoto Smolensk now onto the bottom end of C.
And
I'm
not
really
just winning the
shocked,
game,
Zaf.
winning the tournament for NA.
Well, yeah, winning the whole thing.
On NA side, I should say. Yeah, wow.
I'm really surprised that they haven't been able to do anything with these low health destroyers. BFK is going to dodge all these torps again.
Kazak is getting smoked now by Matsukaze.
He is indeed. That's going to let him get across the cap, but he can't fire while he's in there or he'll still get spotted by pieces of pizza.
Yamamoto is capping C. And suddenly the map control is just completely flipped.
It is indeed. I'm really surprised to see O7 kind of relinquish things like this. I realize it's Gaishu getting hammered there by BFK's AP. I'm a little surprised to see them relinquish this, but at the same time, when you're down ships, it makes it harder to hold on to things.
Yeah, I think Gaishu poked a little bit too far.
Gaishu getting focused, BFK getting focused. I think they're going to trade Des Moines here. Gaishu's on 1800. BFK trying to cling to life. It's not looking good. BFK pops a desperation radar before he goes out. The Venezia shells don't really connect. BFK does finally get good cover. Nah, he's gonna burn out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a few more ticks, he'll be out. That cuts the 07 lead to less than 100 points, and FIM owns all the caps.
Yeah, 07's been herded to the back of the map. This is...
They really have. I'm surprised they've allowed this to happen, Zaf. They just kept giving ground from the HE spamming train coming at them from the flank over here on the 1-2 line. And now it feels like they've got to make a play. They got to turn around and make a play and do something different. And they may not have time. They have 2.5 minutes, and the only one near a cap is Pieces of Pizza's Daring. They have to get on a cap or bag a kill. I'm not sure Pizza's play here. He's going for the top end of the B cap. Can he step on it and slow down the bleeding? I don't know. We have had a lead change here. The conga line torpedoes on Kazakh could be really impactful in a little bit. We'll have to see.
No, they're not going to hit him. Kazakh's moving way too fast now.
I don't think so. Less than 2 minutes on the timer. 07 looking really strong earlier, but they've got it. Oh, there we go. They got good hits into Kazakh. They need that badly. I think they're going to get him, Zaf.
Yep.
They do. That flips the lead back momentarily. At the same instant, Pizza steps on the cap, but
and
they get
Doyle
Doyle.
goes down.
The battleships tag team Doyle with a beautiful salvos there, and that flips the lead back.
You think Kelsier 1 is... Do you think Kelsier 1 is Coco Mango?
I have no idea.
I think so.
Could be. The B cap won't do it. The B cap only lengthens. 7 still needs another kill somewhere. They're going to have to get onto the C cap. Williams pushing that direction. They seem to know it.
Meanwhile, Zombie is continuing to envelop all the way on the other side here.
Yep. I mean, PQ has been doing what he can. Now he's got a Des Moines in his face and a Smolensk on his flank. The Smolensk isn't spotted. They don't know where he is. The only ship they can see right now is the Ohio. Police starts going in on him, spamming him with shells. Still 90 seconds on the timer. 07's got to make a play. It looks like Pieces. That's what it is. Pizza's going for the A cap. That'll lengthen things a bit further. At the same time, it looks like they're going to drive William into C. So all of this is kind of coming to a head here for 07. FIM within 100 points of victory. 07 in their bid to become the first back-to-back champion on NA up against the wall here. Yeah, trying to make it come together in the final moments of Game 5. Now look at Kelsier 1. Look how low he is, Zaf.
Wow.
608 HP, 320. He's burning.
Burning
He's out.
Polycat gets him.
Points that 07 desperately needs. That gives them breathing room. That pushes the timer back to 90 seconds. There goes William onto the C cap in a moment. Pizza will be onto the A cap. And just as before, Turkish will have to make a decision about where to go. PQ now trying to preserve his ship. All he has to do is not die. This is points that these guys desperately want. So now he's in a duel with Zombri.
Both 07 battleships coming under sustained fire at this point.
Both 07 battleships are very low. The
Here comes
Venezia
a Dank
salvo goes in
salvo
on
on Turkish.
nothing doing. You get a little bit out of it. William now
Yeah.
12,000 HP, but there's 3 ships now in the sea cap.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
William, they're going to lose William. They're going to lose William. But Pulley and Gaming for Jesus are going to pick up C, Zath. It's going to happen.
And Turkish goes down to a Dank salvo.
Oh my goodness, Zath, they did it. Look, they flipped the whole
Yep,
board.
yep.
45 seconds on the timer. Now we're back out to about a minute 15.
My God.
07 has flipped the whole board, even though they're down a ship. But it might not matter because now Pulley and these guys, Pulley's got to get cover. They're going to kill him. He's got to get out of there. '07 has a lead at this exact instant. A minute 45 to go. If they can keep Pulley on the board, they will win in 40 seconds. If Pulley dies, it lengthens the timer. But at the moment, just like what happened to FIM, just what happened to 07 earlier, FIM has been pushed back off all the caps. Zombri's not in a position to do anything about a cap circle. Kelsier 3's Summers is running for the B cap, but Pieces of Pizza's headed back there to meet him. Pulley's going out. They're going to get him.
There it is.
That flips the lead back once again, but it won't matter. 07 will overtake them again in seconds. And there it is right there. 65 seconds in the match. 07 on a 10-point lead.
Oh my God. This is amazing.
Pieces of Pizza is literally sitting in the B cap waiting for Kelsier to show up. Waiting for it, Zath. He knows. He knows what has to happen here.
Look how low potato quality is.
PQ on 2,300 HP. Pizza is deciding, you know what? Screw it. I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. With 10 seconds left, time is ticking away, Zath.
And there's the initial salvos.
They're going to do it, Zath. They're going to do it.
They're going to do it.
07's going to become the first back-to-back Kots champion on North America.
Oh, amazing game.
Whoa. I almost thought they weren't going to do it. I almost thought they weren't going to do it.
You and me both, man. Holy crap. I gotta say, I want to know what Edgecase has to say. Edgecase, fellow clanmate of ours, watching this game.
Wow.
And
what a bloody match.
Commented on how 07 losing virginity early might have cost them this game. But they still came back from it.
What a bloody match that was. What a bloody match that was. Unbelievably good. All right, well, that's it, guys. That's it for today, right? Seriously, the tournament's over. We're done. So all we have to do now, essentially, is kind of thank everybody for watching. We've done a little bit of that earlier, but we'll do it again. Thanks, guys, for all the follows and everything that's come through today. You guys have been fabulous. We really appreciate you tuning in. On behalf of all the organizers, I'm not an organizer anymore, but I know those guys. I work closely with them. They really appreciate you guys watching. They put in a lot of work. The referees, the casters, the players. Think about how many players played in this event, Zath. Nearly 1,000 players on NA alone, and it's even more on EU and Asia, and thousands of players across the globe take part in King of the Sea. Thanks to every single one of you guys for playing in the event.
I mean, this is a global phenomenon right now.
It is.
And I'll tell you what, it wouldn't be a global phenomenon without so many people willing to put in the time and the effort to make this possible, and without the support of Wargaming.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Happa Fodder. Happa, I know you're there. Come say hi. Come on.
Hi.
There he is. Happa's been sitting in chat with us this evening, just monitoring things, making sure everything went well on the back end. He's been doing a great job and has been instrumental in helping us get this set up during the week so that we could bring this to you guys, even though we're all literally sitting in 3 different places.
Seriously, thanks to both of you for casting this and putting your time in. I know it's been a long day, and thanks for everybody for watching. And what an amazing last battle, right?
Oh, that was amazing. What a great match. What an amazing game. For those of you who don't know, I forgot to introduce him properly, by the way. Hapa Fodder is one of our North American. So just FYI, he's been helping us out at the back end. That's been huge. I know, right? Senpai sends me a PM. He says, what a finish. He wants to do a post game. I guess we could do that for a few minutes, right?
I got time.
Yeah, we'd have to get out of this call and pop over to I'd have to get on the right Discord. That'd be a little pain in the butt. I tell you what, guys, what we'll do, Hapa, how do you want to handle this, man? I figured we'd raid somebody on our way out the door. What do you want to do?
That was my plan. I figured that would be a good idea to go ahead and raid somebody that could use some of the viewers. I'll let you guys select who it is.
Oh, ooh, fancy. We get to bestow our blessings upon someone. Zath, who would you like that to be? Let me look over the list here.
Oh boy, we're gonna raid somebody. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it looks that way. We got businesses online. Sone. I don't know if Sone and Senpai are gonna stay on. Let me let Senpai know this is gonna be tough. Let's see. Okay. But in the meantime, guys, look, again, thanks for watching. A huge shout out to everybody who helps make this tournament happen, both here in the U.S., abroad in EU, and St. Petersburg. Is very much appreciated to all of you. Huge shout out to the guys that I suckered into doing all the voiceover work for the map intro videos. Huh? How about that?
Like this guy?
Like you? Like Jingles? I like Jingles and Mr. Gibbons and all those guys that I suckered into doing it. Thanks to all of them for their big help. Those videos came out really well. And Conway and the video team in St. Pete put those together for us. They came out, I think they looked really good. So shout out to those guys. Congrats to 07. First two-time champions, first back-to-back champions here on North America. They're now 4-time champions here on NA. This is their 4th King of the Sea crown, but they've never managed to do it twice in a row until now.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, Gaishu's team not making it easy.
Oh man.
I mean,
what an amazing series that was.
This is something that both teams are going to sit down and just hyper analyze after today, obviously, but also in preparation for the next King of the Sea.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
I know. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the way that 07 just said, you know what, it's time, and you saw all their ships just turn around and just go for it. You can't make this stuff up.
Nah, I agree with you. It was so well done. It was. I say this all the time, and I mean it every time I say, casting these kinds of matches is an absolute privilege. It is so much fun. It is a blast to watch these teams just get in there and get their hands dirty and just go at it. The quality of play, the players, they're so much fun, and I love doing it.
Tell you what, man, songs will be sung of this day.
Indeed, they will. All right, Zath, what else you got before we get off the air? Anything you
want? No, just a big shout out to everybody for hanging out, sticking with us, and participating. I can't wait to see who won the community vote, guess, whatever. And I'm looking forward.
The community called it, Zath.
They did call
07 3-2. They called it.
They did call it, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of you guys next week on Saturday night for North America, Sunday morning
absolutely
for Asia and Europe.
That's right, guys. If you want to watch the international final, which is NA versus Asia, make sure you run over and give Zath a follow and follow this channel right here, the main World of Warships channel. You're going to be able to catch him in both places. Next week, him and Virtual Senpai will be bringing you, I think it's Senpai? I think I spoiled that. Shut me. Ignore that. I didn't say anything. Anyway, those guys, they've got a lineup of people ready to bring you guys the international event next weekend. It's going to be a blast. Hapa, you got anything you want to say before we get out of here?
No, man, just again, thanks to everyone that helped put everything together, and thanks to the two teams for putting up an amazing round of matches. Seriously.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're going to hang it up. Again, appreciate you guys all tuning in. Enjoy your King of the Sea drops. Wash your hands. Be safe out there. And we'll see you guys later on Twitch or YouTube. Take care.
Take care, everyone. Who are you rating, by the way?
Well, right now I'm on a 5-minute count, right? Because I'm 5 minutes delayed. You don't want to raid right now, or they're...
Yeah, I was going to wait. I just didn't know if you guys want...